Chapter 26, ch. 26. Narcissa Malfoy 1. Narcissa Malfoy was enjoying her morning tea and favorite potion book in the garden of Malfoy Manor. She was relishing her peaceful moments, for they were rightly deserved and she didn't have much of them. Not to mention these moments and her very life were her only reward for the services she provided to House Malfoy. Narcissa knew her life expectancy is directly proportional to the benefits her breathing state can provide to Lucius and his house. She understood her worth early on. Being sold to House Malfoy as a bride by her own aunt for worthless gold that House Black didn't even need was a massive eye-opener for her younger self. She only regrets not having a chance to do the exact same thing Andromeda did. After her escapade with that Muggle-born boy, their parents and aunt pushed the activation of Narcissa's contract forward. And so, at the tender age of 16, barely after her O.W.Ls, Narcissa was taken from school and was expected to wed Lucius Malfoy. Oh, she didn't make it easy on them. Of course not. She made sure her body was as experienced as possible by the time the GIT claimed her as his own. She decided to follow Andromeda's example and dated her share of boys. Even if she was not nearly as discreet as Andy was and the punishments her family put her through because of it were especially painful or mentally demanding. Well, at least she does not remember most of it. Yay for a mind wipe. She especially relished remembering Lucius's expression after the rumors of her exiting a broom cupboard with boys from Gryffindor started flooding the castle. Oh, the speeches about Slytherin and pure-blood supremacy, and yet nobody actually found out it was her who spread these false rumors. So much for the cunning of Slytherins. She was only glad that House Black did not care much about her reputation after she signed the contract. It reflected more on Malfoys than them, and quite frankly, her existence already provided benefits to the House Black. She was not needed anymore. And Malfoys at that time were unable to punish her for sullying their name. She was after all still considered black, if only in name. And after the Ponce that was to be her husband started paying attention to her nightly adventures, she started sleeping around even more. Just to spite him. But to be honest, it was just clever planning of meeting spots with her boyfriend at the time. A student seeing them enter a broom cupboard here, another seeing them snog there, and the rumor mill of Hogwarts did the rest. Ah, good times. I was still young and naive, thinking myself clever. Narcissa ruefully thought as she savored her tea. Making the prideful Poof's ego hurt. Just a pity most boys were so afraid of Lucius that they quickly scurried away after getting to know I am his betrothed. But then again, I was not really as courageous as Andromeda to just up and elope. But her reminiscing turned swiftly dark when she remembered what came afterward. After her wedding with Lucius, she was made aware of her place. Narcissa shudders to this day the tortures her husband put her through for being a common whore. The amount of pain she was made to feel, day by day, just wishing they killed her already. She remembers vividly how every night, Lucius would come to her, disable anti-pregnancy ward and have his way with her until she is black, blue, and bloody. All in order to impregnate her with his heir, not caring that her punishments and the regular beatings would ruin any chance for that. Nobody from the Malfoy family or the guests cared. Her body was perpetually filled with bruises. She was Malfoy's spouse and it was her duty, they all said. If he enjoyed it a little rough or in the bedroom, nobody cared. Her husband at that time was but a young boy with a penchant for violence when he was in control. She was simply just the very unfortunate soul that crossed his path and was given under his absolute control. And her biggest mistake was to resist it. These rumors. One of her deepest regrets, as the pain she suffered due to them was almost not worth it. But, given a chance, she would resist yet again. Consequences be damned. Then Malfoy started to support the Dark Lord and her suffering increased. It was no longer just Lucius paying her bed visits. Nor was she given a chance to avoid it. Lucius was a sick man. A sick man who appreciated his closest friends much more than her, however. And she was unable to fight a direct order from the owner of the contract. Her body moved on its own. In a way, it was a reprieve. Pain, she was used to. They at least tried to not damage her. The disgusting experiments with dark spells performed on her quite unwilling self. The sight of the potions made out of ingredients painfully and forcefully taken from her own body as she just laid there, unable to move. The fact it was her who was forced to brew these potions before Lucius found Snape and his talent. No matter what they did to her, no matter how painful it was, no matter how disgusting it was, the only requirement was she survived it. The things they did to her. Perish the thought. You are stronger than this. You are a survivor. Narcissa tried to forcefully calm down her shaking hands as she bit her lip enough to draw blood. Tears tried to burst from her eyes, but she forcefully suppressed them. She could not afford to be seen in this state. No, she would not give Lucius the satisfaction of seeing her like this. After all, enjoying her misery is the worst thing he can do to her nowadays. Yes, I am a survivor, she assured herself, calming down her nerves. Then the Malfoys literally started to worship the ground the Dark Lord walked upon and moved him into their manor alongside with his inner circle. Bella. A lone tear streamed down Narcissa's soft pale cheek as she remembered her favorite rebellious older sister. The sister who always made her smile. Who always protected her. The sister who decided it is easier to be insane than living with the choices others made for her. Their father rearranging Bella's brain one too many times in an attempt to make her obedient didn't help her sanity. Needless to say, he succeeded. Spectacularly at that. Just that, Bella's obedience wasn't toward the family anymore but the Dark Lord. Narcissa remembered the beautiful bond she had with her amazing sisters before it all went to hell. Together, forever and ever. She recalled the promise she and her sisters made during their childhood as they quivered under a blanket during a particularly long storm. And how it all crumbled down. All because of her own parents. Because of her own aunt. Her own family. Two became slaves without any hope for freedom while another was thrown away for finding her own happiness, betraying their vow and her sisters. Her beloved Bella, insane. Andromeda suddenly leaves out of blue, no explanation or even mention of what she planned to do, leaving her all alone. And she was forsaken, made into but a potion ingredient, and whore for her husband's vain friends while he enjoys having his ass tickled. And for what? Blood purity. Something worthless, abstract. Something no spell can prove. No test can disclose. Something people will know about you only if you tell them with utmost honesty. Narcissa cracked a slight smug smile. The Black family all but perished for it. Oh, the speeches her beloved father made about the need to pop children for their noble husbands as if by duplication charm in order to replenish the black blood. Yet, their direct lineage is finished. The only remaining direct line of black blood left, Tonks. Narcissa clicked her tongue in distaste, remembering Andromeda. Disowned. Inconsequential. And serious. Narcissa hummed in exasperation. The idiot of the family. She thought about her dear cousin, wrongfully convicted in Azkaban. Poor sap. And what a blast it was for her when she heard what happened to that blood traitor. No, she had nothing against his wish for freedom from the blood purity crap. After all, it was her dream to be free. But she was jealous. So incredibly jealous. He actually managed to get it. Free of their family. Free of the traditions. Free of anything that restrained him. Potters helped him, and yet, he threw it all away for some childish impulse to chase the killer of his friends instead of taking care of their child. Typical. Narcissa scoffed. The kid, Harry Potter. Who knows where he is now? Not that she cared. Oh, Narcissa knew well Sirius is the kid's godfather and couldn't betray Potters without being 6 feet under in a heartbeat. But, even if the contract didn't prevent her to even squeak about it, she would still keep quiet. She was jealous, after all. Maybe a few decades of imprisonment would be good for that idiot and give him at least some smarts. Betrayed Potters. Pfft, she rolled her eyes in amusement. When the Dark Lord came into the Malfoy Manor, Narcissa for the first time in a long while saw Bellatrix. It was no touchy meeting of beloved sisters. Bella was crazy. And Narcissa was tired. Tortured, abused, used. She was exhausted and it showed. She remembers her skinny frame and massive dark circles under her eyes she had to hide with tons of makeup. How she stuffed her clothes in order to not seem malnourished. The pain that plagued her body every time she forced it to move. But her sister helped her. In a rare lucid moment, she begged the Dark Lord to make Lucius treat Narcissa better. Needless to say, the Dark Lord wasn't amused by her request and didn't see any advantage in it. It would only make him order his men to abuse Narcissa even more if a miracle didn't happen. In a meeting of his inner circle, she was made to attend as an entertainment. The Dark Lord distractedly asked her about some of his political problems. Narcissa doubted he even intended to ask her specifically. Not likely, since her throat was at that time otherwise preoccupied. But, she had a chance to showcase her talent in politics and the economy. And she did precisely that. She gained worth. She survived. Voldemort made Lucius swear an unbreakable oath that as long as Narcissa's existence is beneficial to the cause and House Malfoy, he won't abuse her and will treat her as his rightful spouse. Narcissa giggled. The constipated expression of her husband when he heard the order was something she will remember for years to come. Since then, she was no longer considered just an entertainment. She was a subordinate of the Dark Lord. Well, not really. She still had to, from time to time, be poked by Lucius. Mostly when he was dead drunk, didn't have his butt buddies around, or no raid was in sight. Nevertheless, that was nothing memorable and she often forgot the unsatisfactory experience the next morning even without any magical help. No wonder her husband became a Death Eater. But she also had to service the Dark Lord himself alongside Bellatrix. And that was memorable. She felt dirty. Tainted even. Much filthier than even when Lucius gave her away for favors. The Dark Lord at that time wasn't yet ritual-riddled noseless Scaleface. But he always enjoyed using exotic dark arts and enjoyed seeing her in pain. Every time she breached the contract by sleeping with someone else than her husband, any pleasure she could get from the act was converted into pain. While Bella was the most trusted aide, Narcissa was well aware she was the most entertaining sight for the Dark Lord. She only thanked whatever deity looked over her that her lord was never interested in what is in her mind. It would be her demise. Or worse. Narcissa gave a side glance at her hands with stony, cold, and ruthless eyes. Her hands. She was unmarked, but she was a Death Eater. Her hands were bathed in a sea of blood. Blood she will never be able to wash away. She never went out for a raid, but not having the mark didn't stop her lord from making her torture and kill prisoners until he was satisfied with her performance. She often had to do it in front of him and his inner circle while being damn efficient in causing the maximal amount of pain and suffering. It was a test at first. Torturing innocent strangers while servicing the Dark Lord. The test of her resolve and ability. Then, it became a sick hobby for him to observe her kill. But it was either them or her. The choice was obvious. That didn't help her nightmares. Not really. But she survived. And after the demise of her lord, her prospects were all-time high. Her future was blooming. It was such a pity her slimy husband got scot-free. Imperious, he claimed. Narcissa couldn't help but gape at the stupidity of wizarding sheeple. Nevertheless, he couldn't hurt her due to his oath, nor could he gift her to his friends. Since then, she had no one but herself to satisfy her itch. Her husband lost all interest. Even when drunk. In a way, she was glad for it. During the peace, Narcissa single-handedly elevated House Malfoy to prominence financially with her managerial skills and politically by whispering advice to Lucius. Now, if only she didn't have this uncomfortable nagging feeling her lord will return to make her life into a literal hell again. She shivered. Dobby suddenly popped out nearby, interrupting her thoughts, making her flinch back in surprise, almost falling down from her seat. Mistress Sissy, madam, Dobby be getting this from another elves. Dobby handed Narcissa an envelope addressed to House Malfoy. She promptly ripped it open and read the letter inside. So my dear auntie is finally dead. An enchanting smile bloomed on her gorgeous face. The kind of innocently malicious smile that would send even the devil running. And all it took was a whisper to my husband that he could make Draco into Lord Black. Heh, as if the family magic would ever accept the inept twerp. Comment. 129 comments. Vote. Chapter 27, ch 27. Narcissa Malfoy 2. The letter Narcissa held was quite mocking towards Malfoys. Caned Malfoy, prick of the noble House Malfoy. Thank you. Signed. Lord of the most ancient and noble House Black. Your social better who is smarter, sexier, and stronger, oh, and richer too. The man you owe your butt to. Not in that way, pervert. The sheer audacity and disregard for Malfoy's the letter, no, the note held was blatantly obvious. Hell, the signature was at least 3 times longer than the message itself. Lord Black was literally saying, I know what you did, it is appreciated, but TikTok, time is running, I gotta avenge her. There was no other reason to send the note than threatening House Malfoy. Not a note like that. Narcissa didn't know what kind of retribution the new head of House Black will dish out, but her interest was definitely piqued. Scratch that, she wanted to burst in laughter. Just imagine the face Lucius will pull when reading it. It was golden. A threat, gratitude, and not so subtle fuck you all in one. Narcissa was not an idiot. She knew the note had its purpose. Lords don't exchange letters out of boredom. Especially not rude ones. That means it was sent to incite anger. Lucius would focus on House Black. She didn't know why Lord Black wanted her husband's attention, but she didn't care. Her aunt was dead and the new Lord Black clearly knew it was Malfoy's who killed her. The fact he thanked them for it ended Narcissa a lot. Maybe the new Lord Black won't be a typical complete jackass like every black male I ever knew, after all. Narcissa pondered, wishing for a miracle. Then again, he did pull the shtick with the debts. That was the first time in the last decade and a half Lucius looked at me in appreciation. Disgusting pig. Without me, he would be a pauper. Narcissa was quickly dissuaded and ceased thinking about the new Lord Black. What good would it do for her to dream? There was no point. Lucius may not be able to have her raped or abused anymore, but he still does his damnedest to get her out of her rhythm. To fluster and frustrate her. While her copy of their marriage contract was confiscated before she could read it, after a few years of trying to rile her up, he showed her the contract in the hope she would get mad. Unfortunately, his pettiness wasn't satisfied. Oh, Narcissa was in smoldering rage. But she would not give him the satisfaction of showing it. Never. The contract was so simple and straight-cut it was impossible to get out of it. New Lord Black or not, even if she became a widow and another mandatory unbreakable marriage contract popped up, asking for her specifically, she would be unavailable. She was bound to house Malfoy in her service, not Lucius. She was his wife, sure. But she was a slave of Malfoy's. Since she saw the contract, she tried to be a damn good mother to that twerp, Draco. While Lucius can't do anything to her, Draco, however, can. An oversight on her part. She would be damned if she caused her own suffering because she couldn't swallow her pride and be pleasant to the kid. Lord Black won't be saving her. Not now, not ever. Her very own life was bound to Malfoy's. Once Lucius dies, Draco will inherit her. She almost puked when she saw that clause in the contract. He won't inherit her as a wife. No. She would be a slave. This time, officially. And if Draco died too? Well, Narcissa would shortly follow. Lucius got what he wanted when he showed her the contract. He just didn't know it. He made her desperate and feel despair. Her life was forfeit and now, she knew it. The most she could do was to enjoy her remaining time. She would rather die than be a slave to Malfoy's. But, she was prideful and she knew it. Suicide was something very hard, almost unthinkable for her. That would mean giving up, after all. As if in a childish tantrum, Narcissa used a loophole in the contract and spent the next hour pondering the benefits secretly approaching Lord Black could get her while delaying informing her husband of the note and its significance. Lord Black wanted to distract him. Surely to gain time. She could do at least that much for him. When her mind started to get clouded and muddled as her contract was about to take over and force her to rush to inform Lucius, with a sigh she stood up. Her peace ruined, she went towards the chambers of her husband to deliver it. Narcissa entered Lucius's chambers and disgust immediately engulfed her. There on the bed, her husband and Goyle Sr. had. This was not a new sight for Narcissa. She was already used to it and knew what to do in a situation like this. She waited, watching them go at it until her husband deems her presence important enough to pull out of Goyle. She was not really interested in what they do, but the damn paper didn't let her leave. At most she could close her eyes and listen to their squeals with reluctance. Pigs. It took almost another half an hour until Lucius smugly walked to her in satisfaction. Completely naked, definitely in some show of what she will never have again, trying to make her desire him. Narcissa rolled her eyes at the resident Slytherin. Here. She presented the letter to him. Lord Black sends his regards. She knew what to say to rile Lucius up. She observed in barely veiled glee how his face started to get paler, and paler, and paler until it suddenly purpled, and she wondered if he has some metamorphmagus talent. As he read the note and understood the implications, the rage was flowing from him. "What do you mean by Lord Black?" Lucius panted in rage, deciding to channel his anger on her. "Draco is supposed to be Lord Black after Walburga's death. You told me so. If you say so." Narcissa offhandedly agreed as she started to observe her perfect nails in disregard, making Lucius even more livid. Knock. Before he could scream at her some more, the wards alerted them of being breached. Lucius looked spooked out of his wits, thinking it was a revenge raid from Lord Black. He was not prepared for a fight. Narcissa was also a little afraid, mostly due to not knowing what will happen to her if it really is a raid organized by Lord Black. But when she heard the alarm bell ringing, she let out a sigh of relief. No attacker rings a bell. She walked towards the hall where the elves surely entertain their new guests, not paying attention to the scrambling Lucius, trying to dress up. As she entered the hall, she was greeted with the sight of Amelia Bones and 20 others, waiting for Lucius. Her lips twitched. Then twitched again, and continued to do so until she was snickering in her palm, threatening to burst into full-blown laughter. Lord Black sent freaking errors. She realized the note was to make them guess Lord Black's intentions, make Lucius furious, and not pay attention to what is going on around the death of Walburga Black. Oh, clever. Very clever. Narcissa tried to muffle her snickers. The dark objects that will be found in this house, all they needed was a reason for the search. Lucius, you fucked up. She barely held back amused tears, and it took her a long while to calm down and greet her guests. Errors, foot. Lucius was detained. Well, of course. Narcissa doubted they even scratched the surface of what is really stashed in the manor, but what the errors did find was enough to send her husband to Azkaban for years. Narcissa was also suspected, but she got out of that by taking the initiative and swearing an oath on her magic that she didn't know what the artifacts hidden in the house were. Amelia's mistrustful stalking gaze didn't leave Narcissa long after she gave the oath that made it impossible for us to detain her. Well, the woman is sharp. Narcissa knew they were there. It also wouldn't do to be questioned under Veritaserum, lest accidentally slipping some of her many appalling crimes. She didn't even lie this time. She didn't know what the dark artifacts are, after all. Not like she was allowed to examine them or is expert on dark artifacts. What irked her, though, was the fact she had to deliver a monetary gift to the minister. Lucius won't be getting out of jail on his own. It ate her up from the inside out because her contract didn't compel her to get him out. But she knew she had to. It would be very bad for her health if she did not, and Lucius somehow managed to bootlick his way out. It would be an instant breach of conditions of Lucius's oath, making him able to disregard it and treat her however he wished. If she was not murdered by his friends first, of course. That's why, the very next day, she visited Gringotts and withdrew 1,000,000 galleons. Almost 1/10 of what was in the Malfoy accounts. Seeing that pitifully small number made her snicker again. Yes, she did enrich Malfoys and made them a lot of money. But, she also wasn't prevented from sending the majority of the profits to the black accounts. Just a pity she was forbidden to open her own private account, inaccessible to others, by Lucius. It kinda irked her she had to leak the money to blacks, and therefore, her aunt. Narcissa proceeded to send 900,000 to the black accounts as appreciation for making her laugh so much, 90,000 to a trust fund for Muggleborns, in case Lucius ever found out and killed her for it. If nothing else, it would be a hilarious fuck you to see him realize his money was used for Muggleborns in need. And the last 10,000 was for the bribe for the minister. She always appreciated the blubbering fool. He just signs a check, wagging his tail in happiness for getting a bribe. He doesn't even look at the amount. And when Narcissa found out her husband is the same and doesn't confirm the number of galleons used for bribing the minister, millions were embezzled already by her. Malfoy's business profits actually single-handedly hold several charities for Muggleborn and even Muggles above the water surface. It is always a source of immense joy and smugness for Narcissa when her dear husband starts to rant after being unable to persuade the Wizengamot to close these mudblood lovers' nests down, never understanding where did they get such solid funding. Add to that the percentage she sends to black accounts and, voila, only 10% of profits from literally anything Malfoy owns is actually deposited to their account. Lucius is such a dear to focus on fucking Goyle and Crabbe while butterlicking the minister, letting her run his house finances. As long as his account doesn't have a sharp drop, he doesn't even care to check. And goblins. These cuties are yes men, for a fee, of course. Yes, she was always proud to be in Slytherin. Comment. 63 comments. Vote. Chapter 28, ch 28. House Elves. With the help of Wahlberger's portrait, Harry received a tour through the house. Needless to say, it was massive. He occupied the Lord's chambers and ended up holed in the library for the rest of the day. As he was reading, a voice came from behind. "Master," Creature finished the task. Harry almost jumped out of his skin from the sudden sound behind him. He put his hand on his heart and breathed hard as he spotted the bouncing elf, asking for praise. The idea the elf is Creature, kinda disgusted and more importantly, weirded Harry out. "Don't do that, Creature," he started saying but saw the confusion on the elf. "Don't sneak up on me like that." The confused elf nodded and waited for further instructions. Harry observed the thin, skinny, sickly-looking creature and sighed. In the hall outside the library is the portrait of Wahlberger Black. Harry told the elf, making him suddenly perk up. The little ball of vileness really liked his mistress. "Go, and display her in the Hall of Portraits." The elf enthusiastically nodded as if he was given a great honor and disappeared. Shortly after that, enraged protesting shouts came from the hall and Harry snickered. Hall of Portraits. Funny blacks. It is more of a disposal room for unwanted ancestors. He wiped a straight air of amusement. Otherwise, it would not be in the darkest, most inaccessible part of the basement. Hell, even the torture room and jail are not so hidden and out of the way. Harry shook his head in exasperation. Judging by the shrieks of dear old Wahlberger, she knows well where she is going. Alas, at least she will have a like-minded company there. Not like that is a win, though, he. Harry's mind again shifted towards his new elf, Creature. The first book he read in the ancient library of Black Household, was actually about house elves. Harry could not dismiss the probability of Creature betraying him. The elf clearly knew how or was at least capable of disregarding the servitude bond enough to cost his master his life. Harry was not about to trust the elf blindly. Hence, he needed a little history lesson. Get to know more about elves. Turns out the house elves are quite a young race. When they first popped out, the pun intended, it was just shortly after the elven race disappeared. Hence, these creatures were named crazed or cursed elves. Wizards and witches believed them to be the remnants of the noble race of elves. Beings even more beautiful than Vela and, on average, more magically powerful than wizards. Naturally skilled marksmen and hunters, progenitors of druidism and nature magic, the beings that did not need focus to perform powerful magic, capable of creating miracles. This being an obvious reason for petty jealousy and the trigger for many conflicts between the peace-loving elves and humans. According to the guesses of powerful wizards over the years, the elves relocated. They supposedly created a pocket dimension where their race can live in peace without conflict, copulating under a tree, as is stated in the book. It was obvious on which side of the conflict the author was. Anyway, nobody knows if they really did so, and if yes, if the dimension still stands or if it collapsed, deleting elven race for good. Nevertheless, the pettiness got the humans good and they named the new, ugly, and unruly race elves. The house elves are more of imp-like beings, really. According to the sources in the Black Library, they were ritually created by a dark wizard who sought perfectly obedient servants capable of either wiping armies by sheer force or assassinating others with before unseen subtlety and silence. Obviously, something went very wrong. The race was wild but peaceful. They, at first, lived in caves and fed on magic. Unfortunately, very few places that could provide magic were not occupied by humans already. The house elves, in the vision of food, started to gather at these places and were quite unseen for some time. But because of the ritual that made them, they wanted to serve. To offer their service for the food. So, in sheer gratitude, they remade these magic-filled places, that were more often than not the homes of powerful wizards, into what they perceived as homely. In short, a cave. They vanished furniture, decorations, valuables, books. Transformed the walls to stone. Disabled any ward they could. Made a big opening, more often than not in the middle of a wall. Well, the reaction of these wizards living there was apparent. The race was declared as dark, dangerous creatures. The hunt began. Funnily enough, the house elves who manipulated powerful wandless magic that made even wizards jealous, could not defend themselves. It was a lot later that house elves taught themselves to speak and started binding themselves in service to the wizards in exchange for magic. The entire race itself decided the worst crime would be to be cast away by their masters because of decades of starvation, the new, easier life, and their very own nature. Blacks researched these creatures intensely in hopes to make them into fighters for House Black, and if what the book said is right, most other houses, light, dark, or grey, did pretty much the same, horrendous unspeakable experiments on the race. Arguably that is something to pity them for. All that was understood from these experiments were, however, that these creatures are magically bound to never hurt anyone unless they are protecting their family, friends, or masters, and their magic is too different to perform it with a wand and too powerful to do it without. The books only assured Harry he can trust Creature, as long as he nudged him in the right direction and set himself as someone the little shit could admire. Hence, Creature! Harry screamed, and a slight pop instantly appeared near him. He was quite pleased the house elf learned and didn't appear behind. Yes, master. Come here. Harry beckoned him and reluctantly put his hand on his head. I am going to give you a gift for your service to House Black. I hope you will use it to serve the house better. Harry told him and released quite a few limiters on the servitude bond. The second he did so, Creature's hunched up figure straightened. The skinny elf filled out, the pale sickly grey skin gained healthy greenish-grey luster and his magic strengthened. The blackened rotten teeth of the house elf whitened and repaired themselves, and Harry could swear the flickering insanity in the eyes of Creature lessened. Not disappeared, mind you. This, in fact, suited Harry because Creature will remember it was Harry who was generous enough to give him so much magic, and the servitude bond was tightened, becoming more binding towards Harry due to excess magic in Creature. Thank you, Master. Creature will. Even his voice improved. The elf looked at Harry in reverence and untold gratitude for what he was just given. For the first time in his life, Creature's stomach felt full and vigorous. Younger, more usable, capable of more work. Yes, his master was a great master indeed, and he will be damned if he didn't return the gratitude. Harry half smiled and licked his lips. While his plans to make a special commando of house elves as assassins crumbled down the second he read about them, he still had his schemes for them. After all, they may not be able to kill, but they still can get past almost any ward without even alerting it. Comment. 39 comments. Vote. Chapter 29, ch 29. Core problems. While pondering about the history of house elves was great, it was far from the reason why Harry came to Grimmauld Place 12. He needed, let's say, a quick fix for his little problem. Something that even he loathed to do, but it was necessary. Basically, his magic was too strong. His core was bound by Dumbledore and allowed him at most 5% of his vast magical reserves. The same reserves that started rising quite a lot after he started to use wandless magic on a regular basis while being in his most affluent magic growth state since reaching 11 years old. This made these puny 5% of his magic a lot more than what it was previously or what it should have been if he was a normal child. By all means, he should be only mediocre, maybe even less than that. His severe core binding should have seen to that, and yet, his wandless magic actually strengthens his own magical capacity. It may not be by much, but every spell enhances it by a little. After casting hundreds of them, Harry didn't dwell on that though. He took it in stride. After all, if it is not broken, don't fix it. He was at best proud of himself that he did something damn right if his magic is getting better. The problem therefore was, what would happen if he came to Hogwarts, wand blazing, magic shining, robes billowing, and hair swaying? More importantly, if he was much more capable than he should be. He would make Twinkles suspicious, that's what. And that simply would not do. Harry needed to limit his core even more than it already was. And what a sad thought that was. There was just no other way to stay hidden from Dumbledore's meddling. But he was not looking for something that would bind his core even tighter. That would be short-sighted and idiotic. Harry understood that even more after reading about several core-binding rituals. What Dumbledore did to his core can be undone only by Dumbledore or his own magic. There is also a chance of a special ritual, but for that, he would need to know what spell or ritual Dumbledore actually used to bind him. He obviously did not have Kiddy's safety bind, since for anyone else having so much magic blocked would make them into either squib or very, very dead. When it came to that, Harry was glad. Glad for being Harry Potter. Glad for not keeling over the second he transmigrated. No, Harry definitely didn't need a complete bind that is hard to revert. He was looking for a limiter that could open and close his access to magic, either limiting or letting him use every bit available to him on his own free will. Harry was not sure if the Black Library had something like that, nevertheless, he preserved, and with Creature's help, he found what he needed. Creature, the ever-spooky helper. Someone who was living in the house, cleaning the library for decades already. The house elf was an immeasurable resource for Harry. He actually knew well which part of the library to look for the books Harry desired. He just did not know which book held it. After hours of pondering and comparing dark and darker rituals, Harry chose a simple one. Core Block Key Ritual. A dark ritual first used on prisoners of House Black that was later on adjusted for the children of Blacks themselves. Contrary to the brutal dark ritual the Blacks mostly used on their toys, aka prisoners, in medieval ages, the one restructured for children is more lenient and safe. It is, however, still dark magic, and therefore something unusable by non-Black. At least that is, according to the book, how Blacks presented the ritual to the Wizangamo to get it legalized. Nobody cared, to be honest. The government just accepted it without even making an inquiry. Blacks couldn't be bothered to alter an already existing ritual that obviously worked, and they wonder what made Black insanity such a famous concept. Harry was kinda bewildered. They used the same on prisoners and their children, with the sole difference being, the Black family magics protected the Blacks from the corrupting and mind-decaying properties of dark magic upon going through said ritual, and even undid the ritual upon their magical maturity unless the key is released sooner. The prisoners though were not so lucky to enjoy such privileges, and while it did limit their magic output, the dark magic affected them even more so because of that. It made them constantly feel as if they were put through a mental blender. Harry's sole solace was he had Black family magic, and the ritual didn't leave the residue of dark magic. That was, in fact, the most important tidbit. Its untraceability. The ritual places a block on the magic core of a child and sets a key, a person with the ability to manipulate said block. The key decides how much magic the block lets out, therefore limiting the output of the child. This serves two purposes. First, the child's accidental magic won't be too dangerous. Second, it puts more pressure on the child as he does magic, putting pressure on his core. Blacks were actually aware that doing so would expand the core, giving them more magic for use. At least, the ancient Blacks were. With how deep the book was buried, Harry doubted anyone younger than 500 years would have even an inkling of that fact. Nevertheless, the ritual will help him stay inconspicuous and as average as they come. The less attention he pulls towards himself, the more Dumbledore looks everywhere but him, and the more leeway will he have to maneuver in the shadows. Harry wasn't having any hopes to match Dumbledore or Voldemort anytime soon if he took the standard path. He did not have time for that. His pitiful few years of magic study would be really inadequate to face against someone studying it for over half a century in Voldemort's case, or even longer in Dumbledore's. After spending his days in the Black Library, Harry knew one thing well. He had to stop being childish and reckless. Even more, caution should be enforced with impunity. As he read through the shelves of dark magic most suited for torture, he almost puked from the visual depiction and the methods there. Blacks were indeed creative. If nothing else. As a Black he will too have to get creative. Comment. 53 comments. Vote. Chapter 30, ch 30. Regent Black 1. Andromeda Black emotionlessly stared forward as she sat in the stands of Wizangamo, waiting for the meeting to begin. She observed the room from the public section of the room. Despite her cold, calculative outlook, inside she was a nervous wreck, many thoughts flashing through her mind. It was just a day ago she found herself in a room with Lord Black discussing what agenda to push forward or what stance to take on various things. At least, the talk was swift as the new Lord Black obviously wanted to lock himself in the library more than to care about these things. The expectations on her from his side could not really be called high, and she was glad for it. Alas, when your lord expects you to interact with foul people like Lucius Malfoy and his cohorts. In hindsight, Andromeda really regretted accepting the regency of House Black. She was not worried about possible attacks. That would be foolish considering Lord Black can just name a new regent if she was indisposed. No, she was worried about messing her lord's plan. One never knows what to expect when facing Dumbledore. Yes. Andromeda was not a happy camper at the moment. The second she stepped inside, she understood the politics are not for her. She would rather deal with rotten flesh, melted organs, or dark curse wounds festering with pus than sit in one of these meetings. With a barely audible sigh, she watched as Albus Too Many Names Dumbledore walked in as if he owned the place and called the meeting to order. Andromeda observed the formalities from the sidelines until it was finally time to introduce her. "My dear ladies and lords," Chief Warlock Dumbledore started in a jolly tone, knowing how the situation would go after he said the next sentence. "I received a letter that this fine day, a new regent of House Black will join us. Andromeda Black, please, step forward." Andromeda, with a heavy heart but resolved to repay Lord Black, who gave her daughter higher social status and monetary means to follow whatever career path she wants, stood up and approached the stand in the middle of the room. As the lords heard her name, many expressed their outrage at someone fornicating with Mudblood, known blood traitor, a person who was previously disowned being a regent to House Black, the house famous for its traditionalism and pure blood supremacy. They shouted, raged, and raved as loud as they could, desperately hoping the new Lord Black didn't choose someone like her as his regent. It was not only dark families who had to be calmed down. Light families didn't like her attendance either. After all, she never supported Dumbledore and hailed from a dark family that was quite vocal with its dislike for the old coot. Just a pity her daughter liked that thrice-damned Weasley boy. She was corrupted with ideals of light and sunshine going out of her ass, forgetting her dream of being a potion mistress and instead focusing on being a for no other reason than it is more respectable. Andromeda could swear the boy was subtly manipulating her daughter, changing her values and views towards Dumbledore. It was Lord Black that brought this specific topic on the table during their meeting and presented his point of view. Surprisingly, what he told Andromeda horrified her. Her daughter was indeed changing, and it was not natural. Needless to say, she will be having words about the relationship the second Nymphadora returns from her trip with Weasley. No daughter of hers will be. Andromeda refocused back to Lords and noted that the Grey faction was quiet, if unimpressed with their colleagues. She was not surprised there, as they mostly consisted of people who support whoever gives them more benefits. Dumbledore himself was frowning something fierce at the fact someone disliking him is getting so much authority. "Well, sucks to be you." Andromeda smirked as she walked forward, keeping her eyes down, avoiding direct eye contact. She came to the stand and started stating her oath. "I, Andromeda Drilla Black, swear on my magic to take up the regency of House Black in accordance with the wishes of Lord Black." She then cast Lumos, giving proof that her lord gave her the permission to represent him. She and Lord Black decided to take this particular way to prove herself. Albeit a little dangerous and demanding of trust towards her by the Lord, it was undeniable. There was now no way to attack her position in any way for other lords. No way to refute it and send her packing until the next meeting. Ahem, Yes. Dumbledore, shocked at seeing Andromeda give a magically binding oath of all things for a simple matter such as this, almost forgot himself for a moment. He did not understand. Why use such a dangerous and risk her magic way when there are numerous other ways? Surely a letter from Lord Black would suffice, would it not? His mind understood the reason when he saw the minuscule scowls of the Dark families led by Malfoy. He slightly coughed to cover his momentary surprise and continued. Anyway, Regent Black. Please, take up your rightful place. Andromeda walked towards the seat of House Black in the section for most ancient and noble houses, on the upper part of seats for lords. She was just in time to see the scathing look Lucius Malfoy gave her as he lifted his perfumed ass off her family seat with audible huff and relocated to lower sections toward the seat of House Malfoy, where he promptly started pouting at the audacity of the disowned wench. Andromeda just shook her head in bemusement at his antics. As she sat down, her delight at kicking the ponce off her family seat quickly diminished as she realized just where her family seat was located. Andromeda almost groaned when she found herself being surrounded by lords such as Avery, Carrow, Knott, Goyle, Crabbe, Lestrange, McNair, Malfoy, and so on. And when the supposedly imperious Death Eaters started to butter up to her. Dear Lord! It was an hour after Andromeda took her seat when something pertaining to House Black finally came up. Minister Cornelius Fudge was given the word. Regent Black, I think I speak for every lady and lord owing House Black a debt when I ask if there is a way to adjust the arrangements of repayment set by Lord Black. The minister asked, sweat rolling from him in spades. Many lords, however, started nodding in approval. 3 months was too little to repay debts Blacks piled up for centuries. Many families had the money, but paying the debt would be financial suicide. Everybody wanted a so-called way out. Even the ministry itself was neck-deep in debts owed to Blacks. Andromeda smiled, totally expecting this and wondering why it didn't come up instantly after the hearing started. But of course, my Lord Black considered this possibility, and for a certain, special individuals, he is quite willing to be repaid in deeds to buildings, businesses, artifacts, ancient books. Andromeda swept her gaze through families known for not abandoning its heritage just because it was banned or considered dark. She gleefully watched as the expression of various lords contorted as she mentioned ancient books. All of them knew she basically asks for books on secret spells kept in the family for centuries. A shrewd glint passed through Andromeda's eyes as she purposefully paused and gave the minister a meaningful look, prompting him to pay attention to her next words. Special favors. Minister's face lit up like a Christmas tree. He was too accustomed to getting bribed not to. If he could save galleons, he can then borrow to fill his own purse by doing something for House Black then. Of course, Regent Black. Any concern your lord may have, my office is always open for him. Fudge stated, trying to appear as approachable and friendly as possible, a hint of a satisfied smile on his stressed face. We all know the situation is going to create a conflict with goblins if we don't make amends. I, as the minister, am naturally glad Lord Black is thinking about the residents of Wizarding Britain before his own profits. The various lords gaped at the blatant flattery and acceptance of such unveiled bribery by the minister. Worse yet, they knew well they could do nothing against it. The debts were to be enforced by goddamned goblins. The situation was awfully close to the next goblin rebellion if they did not pay up, and even though everyone in the room, even Goyle and Crabbe, knew Fudge is not doing this to avoid a war with goblins but to fill his pockets, he still appeared as a good minister, trying to avoid conflict by doing that. There was no way to call him or House Black on it. The lords cursed as they passively watched the reporters in the public section work their quills overtime with a look of a wolf that just found a juicy piece of meat. The title of tomorrow's Daily Prophet could be easily guessed. The benevolence of Lord Black and the resourcefulness of Minister Fudge. Or some bullcrap like that. Needless to say, most lords wanted to either groan, weep, or in more serious cases, bang their heads on the table. One thing was certain, the threat of House Black just rose exponentially since they now had the ministry on their side. Any and all nefarious thoughts of lords, whether they be light or dark, were snuffed out instantly. In the end, the Lord reluctantly accepted the outcome and decided to try not to cross House Black. After all, the Regent Black did promise other payments than galleons, and even lengthening the period available for repayment is actually possible. For now, that sufficed. The preceding hours of mind-numbing discussions, propositions, or voting for or against certain laws were boring Andromeda to the death. She did not have any order on how to vote, so she just supported what she felt right, not caring at the glares it earned her. Oh, how that pink toad next to the minister fumed when it came to law about werewolves, regulated mating, and collars. The piercing glares from dark families and veiled glare from Dumbledore when she voted against raising the Hogwarts fees for Muggle-borns. Her personal favorite was the fed-up and exasperated looks Light Faction gave her when she advocated for not banning some dark curses that, to be honest, were not dark at all. She is black, she would know. The Grey Faction just looked as if they were in the circus, greatly enjoying the show, while the reporters looked as if they had an orgasm during early Christmas. Especially since Andromeda always delivered a rational argument for any and all decisions she made. Slowly, she was actually starting to like sitting here. Time passed and the meeting was however about to be adjourned, and Chief Warlock Dumbledore stood up. "This will be all for today, my ladies and lords," he exclaimed as the weary lords were glad it finally ended. If only to not have to argue against the views of House Black, someone they owe. Their judgment was starting to get affected by the annoyance they felt toward Andromeda, and they needed a break. And fire whiskey. Yes. Lots and lots of fire whiskey. This meeting is hereby. Dumbledore continued. Andromeda, waiting exactly for this moment, cast a sonorous charm on herself, barely suppressing the face-splitting grin on her face. "Wait a moment," she interrupted him, glee lacing her voice. The show was on. Comment. 52 comments. Vote. Chapter 31, ch 31. Regent Black 2. Andromeda smugly watched the groaning lords flopping back into their seats, trying to appear as dignified as possible. Dumbledore frowned, somewhat irritated at her timely interruption, but as per his obligations sat down and gave the word to Regent Black. Andromeda carefully looked over the weary but expectant lords, annoyed yet curious what the regent of currently the most influential house has to say. Maybe she really started to relish the feeling of being the reason for these looks. Unfortunately, she had her orders. "Dear lords, Lord Black requested me to push only one agenda for today. And that is getting a trial for Sirius Orion Black." She dropped the bomb and delightfully watched it go off. The entirety of Wizangamo was at first stunned. This lasted a few seconds, but then the shock lessened and started to slowly transform into anger until the outburst of the public and lords could be only described as full-blown outrage. People shouted various obscenities at Sirius Black, denounced Lord Black and Andromeda for trying to help the known Death Eater, and even went as far as to insult House Black itself. Andromeda expected it, and with another sonorous charm, in a humorous tone, she said. You know, as her voice was heard, the entire room quieted down from the sheer volume. She turned towards the public section. "I can have you sued for slander towards House Black. I am sure the ministry would gladly help," she finished coyly, sending an amused look at the flabbergasted and spluttering minister. "Just so we are on the same page," Andromeda continued in a self-assured but expectant tone as her grin started to involuntarily widen. "We, the House Black, requested the trial files of one, Sirius Orion Black, former heir Black." That statement had many open their eyes widen, not expecting the supposedly disowned boy to be the actual heir. He might be the oldest, but Wahlberger was quite vocal about his disownment, and everyone thought. "Nevertheless, we never received them. The reason? They apparently do not exist," Andromeda said flippantly, her grin getting positively Cheshire now. The more she revealed, the more certain individuals shrunk down. "So," Lord Black asked himself, "why not?" And it became extremely obvious when he one fine morning looked at the family tapestry of House Black. Andromeda placed her fingers against her forehead and mockingly shook her head in exasperation, not forgetting to look straight at Amelia Bones. And imagine his surprise when he found one, Harry James Potter, at the bottom of it. Another ear-splitting screaming match began from the public section. Reporters looked almost orgasmic as their dictaquills wrote down every word, and their minds started to spin mysterious tales how something like that was possible. The Lords, on the other hand, were divided. The dark families that supported Voldemort didn't want to be known that Sirius Black is in fact not one of them, so they just sat there as if constipated. The light families couldn't swallow the fact their hero of the light is somehow related to the dark House Black, so they joined the screaming match with their loud denials. The grey families just watched in amusement, knowing a storm is brewing. Oh, the possibilities. The minister looked nonplussed but didn't pay it much mind. After all, this should not affect the ministry much, right? If only he knew. Andromeda dared a quick side glance at Dumbledore. He was frowning, his narrowed eyes no longer twinkling as he peered pointedly at her from above his glasses, the anger clearly visible yet contained in them. The boy who lived disappeared almost a decade ago, and since then almost no one heard of him. Ever. By stating his name, Andromeda ensured everyone paid utmost attention to her. The next part is positively evil. She fought to stop smiling like a fool. She softly sighed, only continuing when Chief Warlock Dumbledore deemed it worthwhile to do his duty and ensure the silence in the room. "We found out, Sirius Orion Black is his godfather through godfather oath." Andromeda heard multiple lords suck in a cold breath and watched as their eyes widened at the implications of her statement. She did not slow down her pace though. Not yet. So we had to dig deeper. Fortunately, the conviction order for my cousin Dearest was found in the archive, since it was a matter of public record, you see. Andromeda said with fake happiness, her eyes flashing in childish mischief as she saw Dumbledore stiffen with the corner of her eye. She knew she was probably enjoying it too much, but damn if it was not satisfying. Imagine our infinite surprise when the people signed under the document were Bartemius Crouch, the head of DMLE at that time, Millicent Bagnold, the then Minister of Magic, and one esteemed Albus Dumbledore, titles unnecessary since everyone knows them because he writes them everywhere. She finished dryly. Now, why was this such a surprise? Andromeda continued before someone could interrupt due to her jab at the self-proclaimed resident Light Lord. She took an old wizened book out of her bag, put it on the table in front of her, and used duplication enchantment of the table to make copies on the tables of other lords. This here is a diary of Sirius Black found safely hidden in his personal vault. And yes, it was as big of a surprise to House Black as it is to you to find out the overgrown man-child kept a diary. She drawled mockingly in disapproval. Nevertheless, the diary states that Potters hid under Fidelius and their secret keeper was Pettigrew. Shocked gasps sounded in the room at this information. Just as she saw Dumbledore was about to interrupt, Andromeda dropped the finishing move. The caster was, of course, our dear Albus Dumbledore. She gleefully revealed, her eyes in a full twinkle. In contrast to a moment ago, when the audience expressed loud bewilderment when Pettigrew was announced the secret keeper, now, they were all shocked to silence. Some were looking around, quietly asking what does that mean, getting promptly shushed. Most of the people in the room, however, were quite proficient in obscure magic. Even if they could not cast Fidelius' charm themselves, they would at least know its effects. This meant, most people knew, the caster had to know who was the secret keeper. Needless to say, the situation didn't look good for Dumbledore. Not at all. Chief Warlock Dumbledore didn't lose his composition at the blatant accusation though. Instead, he gave Andromeda a grandfatherly disappointed look and a gentle sigh, completely ignoring the looks of outrage, disbelief, or indecisiveness in regard to his supposed actions. Andromeda, my dear, surely you do not believe what is written in an old book belonging to a delusional known Death Eater. Dumbledore sagely admonished with a confident tone, trying to divert the topic towards the known Death Eater ship of Sirius. And of course, the Light families instantly leaned again towards his ass, ready to lick or kiss it as necessary at the smallest of reassurances. Andromeda fought the urge to roll her eyes, not even deeming it important to react at his improper manners for a chief warlock. It was, after all, but another stalling and annoyment tactic of his. Amelia. Could we have Mr. Black brought here so we could verify the statements of Regent Black with Veritaserum, please? Dumbledore graciously continued when he saw Andromeda won't be distracted by one of his grandfatherly insults of not using her proper title and the topic won't be derailed. Amelia Bones of course agreed and left the room like a whirlwind, not liking the prospects of having an innocent man in Azkaban for over a decade. Well, my ladies and lords, we will have to wait until they bring Mr. Black here from Azkaban and prepare him for the trial. He continued. Preferably, the trial should be held at a later date but... He gave a meaningful glance at Andromeda who sharply shook her head in denial. She was completely aware of the fact, she can act so dismissively and crudely demanding, only because of the current situation around her house, the debts. They won't be able to dismiss her due to tiredness or insufficient time. Anyway, due to the need for transport of Mr. Black, we will have a 2 hours break for some refreshments. Lords, please, be here in 2 hours, thank you. Ah, finally time for my lemon drops. Dumbledore childishly chuckled, making many people in the audience have a slight laugh, completely missing the point of being dismissed by the man. The nerve. He did not even ask others. Just commanded a pause. Andromeda watched as he stood up and stalked away from the room in a hurry. She did not believe in his good-natured act even for a second. A shudder ran through her spine when she saw his gait. There was something angry in it. With a tired sigh, she hoped her premonition meant nothing. It's not like there was ever a seer in their family. With a visible distaste, she relocated her gaze toward her next, not-so-fun assignment from her lord as it was about to stand up and leave. Lord Malfoy, Regent Lestrange. She called out, trying to keep the disgust out of her voice. May I have a bit of your time? My lord desired me to discuss certain, matters with your, esteemed houses? Andromeda was failing pretty hard to keep the mocking sarcasm out of her request at the end. Why do I even try? They owe us a lot and probably would jump like sick puppies at bone if we offered them a chance to repay in a different way than emptying their coffers. She thought. Politicians and their illogical need to be polite. Both lords were at first very surprised that Regent Black approached them so straightforwardly and looked at each other in confusion. It was Lucius Malfoy who centered himself first and a pleasant smile graced his lips. Why wouldn't it? He knew well the only reason for asking for a bit of his time would be something about the debts. Maybe he could negotiate. Now that was an idea. But of course, my lady. Let's comment. 35 comments. Vote. Chapter 32, ch 32. Serious problem. Dumbledore stormed to the Chief Warlock office in the Ministry, his mind swirling with various ideas about how things could escalate so quickly and so badly for him. He hurriedly entered, trying to appear as calm as possible, and loudly slammed the door behind himself. He headed towards the comfortable chair behind his lavish desk and slumped there tiredly, letting the anger and confusion wash over him. With his wand, Dumbledore lazily levitated a lemon drop right into his barely opened mouth. He surveyed the old, dusty furniture in the office he last used a few years ago. Even though he so vehemently argued it is not necessary to give him a room in the Ministry, right now, he was glad he had it. For a while, he just chewed on his candy as he waited for the effects to kick in. He was so agitated, it took almost 2 minutes for him to again feel the relaxing calm and clear-minded state his beloved sweets brought him. His body felt pleasant and so peaceful, he could almost fall asleep in the chair. His eyelids started to slowly drop. Lower and lower. Until his eyes were closed. Now is not the time to sleep. Dumbledore abruptly opened his exhausted eyes with a start. He had to find out what to do about Sirius. That boy cannot be given Veritaserum. He knows too much. Just the fact he was the caster of Potter's Fidelius in tandem with Pettigrew being the secret keeper would have him out of his office, pronto. Him. The great Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The greatest wizard since Merlin. That would not do. Not at all. But that is the least of his worries. Once Black is free he will have a go at young Potter and his plans would go crashing sooner than he could empty his secret lemon drop stash. And Albus prided himself in speed when it came to enjoying his sweets. He sealed Potter's will. He gave Harry to magic-hating muggles. He used compulsion on Petunia Dursley to keep her from actually hating her nephew. He obliviated the boy and Dursleys over 24 times when the boy was about to die from the abuse. He used illegal blood wards that would stunt Harry's growth. He bound Harry's core with a ritual so dark even Dark Lords would not use it in fear of losing their mental capabilities, much less him, the Light Lord. He stole willingly given blood of young Potter from his parents and used it on illegal blood trackers. He made sure Harry is shunned in his Muggle school if that place could be called that. Seriously, that place did not have any flair. No towers nor dungeons. How could anyone call such a boring place a school? Sigh, Hogwarts is really one of a kind. This was the perfect example of the superiority of wizards. They learned in magnificent places. Not whatever that plain square-like building was. He sent people to obligate and manipulate the public to not care about Harry's appearance and set up wards around his neighborhood and school to make sure they do not call the Muggle authorities. Oh, he did a lot, a lot more, and it would all be revealed once Sirius gets out and starts to inquire about his godson as is his right. And that's just what will happen when he gets out. That's not even counting the questions that are already going to be asked due to the statements of that Regent Black. Albus gritted his teeth so hard he shattered the lemon drop in his mouth without even realizing it. Granted, his stunt with Sirius was a little forced and not much thought was put into it, but Albus did his best to improvise with the incredible opportunity the Gryffindorkish fool provided him. He did not even have to kill Sirius to get him out of his way. No, the black foolish sheep just went and got himself arrested and suspected of the murder of 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew. It didn't take Albus even an hour to have him sitting in Azkaban, and Peter proclaimed a hero of light after his watcher in a record reported what happened. Sirius was in his cell sooner than he could wake up. Albus especially asked the minister and the then head of DMLE to sign the papers even though his signature was enough. All to ensure these political powerhouses and eventually, the ministry itself would do anything to sweep Black's case from their table if it ever resurfaced. He also did his damnedest to hide these matter of public record documents as deep as he could without getting any scrutiny. And he could push them deep, far too deep for anyone to ever dig them out. So why the hell did Regent Black have them? Albus shook his head angrily and swept everything from his desk in a bout of rage. That doesn't matter. Not now. He angrily thought. I have to do some damage control. Albus pondered, furiously thought about what he can do to prevent his schemes from being discovered, much less completely crumble down. Accidentally he spotted the old perch of forks that was relocated from his headmaster office here. Then a solution presented itself. Oh, Sirius. A lone tear streaked down his wizened cheek. It's all for greater good. In a damp cell in Azkaban, the most secure prison in the world, or at least so claimed the British wizards, a black, shaggy dog laid in the corner, shaking from the cold, covered in filth and grime. Sirius Black. Despite his condition, he was content. At least, as much as a prisoner in a Dementor-infested place can ever be. And sane. Yes, he was definitely still sane. Prongs said so every so often when he came to visit. Weirdly, Sirius felt these visits get more and more frequent. Wait. Prongs died. Right. Meh, who cares? Maybe he just pranked the afterlife by running away, stealing Augusta Longbottom's hat and headmaster's robes, putting on Santa Claus's fake wig alongside Snape's hair grease, and every so often appeared in front of him for an encouraging talk. Now that's an idea. And they call him insane. Needless to say, the Hotel Azkaban did leave a lot to be desired, to be honest, and Sirius knew his ratings for the place will be all-time low after he finally gets out. He would not recommend it as a summer house, not less as a full-time housing facility. The security is horrible and abusive, the service is bad, and he doubted the cooks could prepare an actual meal if a gnome bit them in their ass. The furnishing though. He looked around his empty, stony cell. Yes, the furnishing is oddly missing. Just then he heard another painful shriek of insanity from his cousin dearest, Bellatrix, due to the current visit from the resident caretakers, Dementus. See. Even cousin Bella agrees the place is literal shit. Sirius wanted to bark in laughter but was too tired to do so. He shifted back into his human shape, knowing the Dementors are playing with Ickle Bella at the moment and won't bother him for a long, long time. The sole entertainment of this facility. Radio Bellatrix. Sirius couldn't help but chuckle, even though it brought him immense pain. The insane bitch shrieked and screamed almost 10 years straight, finally shutting up only when sleeping. Sirius momentarily contemplated if his cousin is not in fact his sister or something. She definitely sounded exactly like his mother. So loud. Loud. And loud. He really did not know where she got the energy. She either let out a shrill shriek of pain whenever entertaining Dementus, loud, unending curses at her brother-fucking husband, or deranged fanatical shouts of insanity about the might of her beloved master. Sirius remembered the time when he was thrown here. Bellatrix wasn't yet acclimated to Azkaban, looking every bit her gorgeous self. At that time, his only entertainment was his cousin's screams of a weird mixture of pain and pleasure as the human guards were having a little fun with Ickle Bella. That lessened after she rumoredly bit of a cock of one poor lad. Serves him right, sticking himself into insanity called Lestrange knee black. Well, the guy was certainly loud enough the entire Azkaban knew what happened in seconds. Bella's nightly adventures abruptly stopped when her body started to adopt the Azkabanish fashion of gaunt, haunted and skinny. Sirius's thought strayed to his childhood when his favorite cousin Bella played with him. Even his pranking was actually her teachings. He loved the quiet rebellious know-it-all. Even if she relished in the study of dark arts. It was expected. She was black, after all. Yes, he loved her like a sister. A pang of hurt sprang up in his heart as the image of his cute, fun-loving, studious partner in pranking Bellatrix Black merged with gaunt, pale, sickly-looking, deranged Bellatrix Lestrange. It hurt. Figures the only family member he actually liked ended up as a murdering bitch. Before he could relish Bellatrix Lestrange's screams for robbing him of his cousin Bellatrix Black, a burst of flame suddenly appeared in front of him. Sirius was momentarily blinded and squinted his eyes to get a better view. In front of him, he saw purple starry and a white beard. Santa Claus? He asked bewildered. Before he could contemplate more, darkness claimed him. The last words he heard. Avada Kedavra. Comment. 69 comments. Vote. Chapter 33, ch 33. Talk with Malfoy and Lestrange. Andromeda found herself sitting in a meeting room in Gringotts. She carefully watched Lucius Malfoy sitting opposite her, eternally thankful for all these useless lessons on the cold fake-it her mother put her through. She was able to completely mask her own nervousness and regard Malfoy with cold indifference, as is proper for a douche like him. Next to Malfoy, Theodore Lestrange, the current Regent Lestrange looked as if he was out of his depth. Andromeda quickly brainstormed what she knew about the guy from the information she was able to gather. As any Lestrange, Theodore was muscle brain. Plain and simple. He was powerful magically but very insufficient mentally. It was so obvious it almost made Andromeda giggle when every minute the dunce gave a worrying side glance to his own, Lucius Malfoy, waiting for some indication what to do. Tough times came for House Lestrange indeed. Since Daddy Lestrange died in Voldemort's First War and Rudolphus inherited the lordship, he and Bellatrix became the Lord and Lady of the House Lestrange. The problem though lied in the fact that they got caught and thrown into Azkaban for life. Generally, in situations like this, their last will, family magic, or blood relations decide the next Lord Lestrange. But to become Lord of House, one needs to be first and foremost accepted by the family magic of said house. And that's where the crux of the problem was located. The family magic of Lestrange's was engineered to refuse a new lord if the old one was still alive or did not give the lordship up willingly. Hence, Lestranges were stuck with Lord and Lady in Azkaban, and at most the situation could be amended by picking a regent who would have limited authority. And so, Theodore Lestrange, a distant French relative of pure blood, gained the regency. While Theodore could not even step into the Lestrange family vault, he could still vote in Wizangamo. And with that came a fat paycheck courtesy of Malfoy for being a good little boy. The reason Andromeda even bothered to call the Goyle wannabe here was that he was allowed to sign contracts in lieu of the House Lestrange. A very exploitable disposition, that was. "Shall we start, Miss Black?" Malfoy droned in a flat voice, snapping Andromeda out of her thoughts. She politely smiled, not minding his disrespect by calling her Miss Black instead of Regent Black, and with a slight nod replied, "Of course, Lord Malfoy, Regent Lestrange," she said, but could not just sit and take his disrespect, so she playfully continued in a drawl. "You found yourselves in quite a debt, my lords." Her eyes sparkled in glee as Malfoy's impassive facade slightly cracked at her playful jab, and the unveiled anger in Regent Lestrange's eyes made her even more delighted. Before the idiot could burst out in rage, Malfoy quickly intervened, frowning. "That we did, Miss Black," he acknowledged, making Andromeda openly roll her eyes at him due to calling her by the wrong title. "That you did, Mr. Malfoy." She gave him an innocent smile. If he refuses to abide by the etiquette, she can certainly do so too. Malfoy, to give credit where it is due, stayed completely indifferent and uncaring. "Considering you invited us for a chat, I assume Lord Black wants to make some kind of deal regarding our debts, Miss Black." He raised his eyebrow at Andromeda. "So, what message were you ordered to bring us from your lord?" Andromeda didn't bristle at him only due to the extensive training of the daughter of House Black she had to endure during her childhood. That dipshit just compared her to a common post owl. "My lord indeed sent me with an offer," she told him with a resigned sigh. "Well?" Malfoy pressed when Andromeda just stared at him with a wary look without elaborating. Andromeda took a deep breath and looked at the goblin the Gringotts provided for this meeting, giving him a nod. The goblin took out 3 parchments, putting one in front of both men and the third head down in front of Andromeda so Malfoy and Lestrange were not able to tell what it was. Lucius took the parchment in front of him with the intention to get a closer look when he recognized what he was reading. His eyebrows rose almost to his hairline. After a moment of blinking that could translate to a complete shock, he looked at Andromeda with barely widened eyes. "Is this what it looks like?" he asked, stupefied. "Or are you just making fun of me? I assure you, Mr. Malfoy, it will be worth your while." Andromeda gave him a small smile, amused at his uncomprehending expression. "Malfoy's Black's a little over 6 million galleons. My lord agreed to forgive you 3 million if you deem it worth it to accept his demands." 3 mil. He blurted but stopped himself as his eyes flashed happily. Clearing his throat, he gave Andromeda an evaluating look. 5. 3. She answered almost instantly. 4.5 million, perhaps. "Do you really think this is not worth more? After all, I love." "No. 3 million. She stopped him instantly. "Phoo. 3. Andromeda interrupted strongly with a look that clearly said no negotiations. "You paid barely 100,000 galleons for the contract. Our offer is more than reasonable. In fact, it is completely bonkers and I have no idea what my lord is thinking. If I had my way, I would offer 50,000 tops. And let's face the facts, you would be damn glad to take it." She gave him a stink eye as she ranted. And that's not taking into consideration your sizable debt to us. No. This offer is way past golden. This is simply miraculous for you, and you will take it or we will destroy your house. She smiled a tad bit too sweetly at him. This is the message my lord wanted me to convey, Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy blanched at that, looking as if he was just slapped but forcefully calmed down. He couldn't afford to lose 3 million galleons because of his pride. But, and how do you imagine this deal to be finalized? He asked with a sneer in a condescending tone. Simple. You will sign the ownership of Narcissa Malfoy (née Black) and Bellatrix Lestrange (née Black) over to Lord Black. This is as simple as taking the quill in the middle of the table and sign the paperwork in front of you. Andromeda replied, not minding his scowl. The quill is a goblin artifact specially made for occasions like this. It is akin to a blood quill that doesn't provide signature only in blood but in blood and magic. Needless to say, the magic will recognize the procedure and acknowledge it. Afterward, you Mr. Malfoy will divorce Narcissa. Obviously. The corner of her mouth twitched. And, of course, deliver her to us. Intact. And what about Regent Lestrange? He asked, annoyed. Andromeda slightly turned her head to look at Theodore Lestrange, who didn't even bother looking at the paper in front of him, instead, waiting for Lucius's decision. House Lestrange owes us 4 million galleons. She summed up. We are willing to forgive 2 million. Andromeda quickly continued as she saw Malfoy's jaw loosening in preparation of speech. Before you say something, Bellatrix is damaged goods. We know it. You know it. Heck, even she herself knows it. She said in exasperation. 2 million is more than enough for her. And the delivery. For the first time since the meeting began, Malfoy showed a hint of amusement. That's quite simple too. Lestrange won't need to deliver her because we all know where she is, and frankly, while it might be amusing seeing him trying to devise a way to fetch her for us, we are not so cruel as to make him break into Azkaban. Andromeda mockingly stated in the same condescending tone Lucius used before. Regent Lestrange will however disown her after signing over the ownership of her contract, making her marriage to Rudolphus a moot point. Malfoy nodded in acknowledgement as he tightened the grip on his walking cane. We need a moment to discuss it. He stated, and without waiting for Andromeda's answer, stood up and dragged Theodore to an adjacent private room. Malfoy and Theodore closed the door behind themselves and instantly activated the runic matrix to switch on the privacy wards of the room. Lucius, what do you think? 2 million galleons, damn, that's a lot for an insane harlot like Bellatrix. Theodore said. You are right. She is not worth even the 50,000 Rudolphus paid for her hand in marriage. But do not forget Bellatrix still belongs to our master. Lucius rebuked in a strong decisive tone. But you are right indeed. 3 million for Narcissa. I could whore her for years, but she would be unable to earn that much. His eyes glinted in glee, completely forgetting whom he can thank for the rise of Malfoy fortunes. But we cannot just give them back to Blacks. His face split into a grin. He leaned closer to Theodore and started whispering to his ear. Listen, Theodore, no matter the contract, Bella would die for our master, and while that bint outside was yapping about the deal, I studied the contracts. This is what we will do. Malfoy and Lestrange returned and signed over the contracts of Narcissa and Bellatrix to Lord Black with surprising ease. Andromeda was quite exasperated how well they took it, but shrugged it off, thinking they are desperate to reduce their debt. Well, if that is all, we will be on our way. Lucius stood up a tad too quickly, followed by Lestrange. Unfortunately, all three humans in the room didn't spot the goblin narrowing his eyes at Lucius, and the goblin didn't deem it important to interrupt inattentive wizards. "Not so fast, Mr. Malfoy," Regent Lestrange. Andromeda stopped them, making them freeze on the spot. "The deal is not done yet. If you walk away now, the ownership will be ours, but the debt won't be reduced." When Lucius and Theodore heard her, they relaxed in relief. "What are you?" Lucius started sharply but stopped himself when he saw her drum her fingers on the parchment in front of her with a mile-wide smirk. He got a really bad premonition. "This is a contract. It would enforce your silence and that you will not harm Narcissa or Bellatrix physically, mentally, or in any other way, really," she smugly explained. "The secrecy part is as strong as Fidelius, and not even the strongest Legilimens would be able to discover the memory of this meeting nor the reason why your wife is no longer your wife. Obviously, you will not be able to talk, write, or even try to gesture about it. It will also ensure that this entire transaction remains secret. As far as the public, ministry, or anyone else who is not in this room or is not Lord Black is concerned, Narcissa is still Malfoy, and Bellatrix still Lestrange." Andromeda continued her explanation despite the horrified looks Lucius gave her. She quickly understood the little shit probably wanted to flaunt this meeting to the Prophet as House Black, threatening him to sorrowfully and under pressure sell his wife to Lord Black or else. She shook her head in mirth. She cheerfully followed in a childishly giddy tone. "No legal documents will be sent to ministry, so, with this single contract, we can keep the ruse for years to come." Lucius and Theodore didn't want to sign it. Oh, how they didn't want to sign it. But they didn't have a choice in the end. Not signing would be giving without receiving benefits, and that is something they were raised to never do. The most they could accomplish was to cut their losses, sign the damn paper, and walk away in a rage. At least their plan worked, somehow. Not really, but... Lucius gritted his teeth and quickly walked out of the room, followed by Theodore. At that time they didn't yet know what their machinations would mean for the entirety of Wizarding Britain. They didn't yet know what horrors these contracts just unleashed. Andromeda released a relieved sigh of relief as she watched Malfoy and Lestrange leave the room. Looks like she fulfilled her lord's request without much fuss. She reached for the contracts to get a closer look. As she looked at the blood-red, wet signature, dripping with fresh blood, and a deep feeling of satisfaction permeated her being. The more and closer she looked, the more she couldn't get a feeling of wrongness out of her mind. She arched her eyebrow and frowned as she studied the signature closer. Suddenly, her eyes went wide and a frightened gasp left her lips. She covered her mouth with her hands and whispered, completely horrified. "What have I done?" Comment. 36 comments. Vote. Chapter 34, ch 34. Andromeda's Blunder. Andromeda entered Grimmauld Place 12 with a tear-stricken expression twisted in sorrow. She absent-mindedly headed towards the Black Library, the most probable place Lord Black would occupy. She was so distraught she did not even notice Creature popping next to her to offer greetings and just walked past him without a word, making him scowl. The closer to the library she got, the slower she dragged her feet behind herself as guilt due to her inability to provide the results her lord desired weighed upon her. She entered the library, stifling her sobs as she located her lord sitting in a comfortable chair by the warm hearth, reading an obscure book. Andromeda came closer and slid into the chair opposite him, silently waiting to be addressed. Her behavior was more out of remorse and shame at how her first day of regency turned out than subservience to her lord. He, after all, did tell her to treat him as a friend. Not that she would do that, not entirely. She might have been disowned, but she was raised as a proper black. It took a few seconds, but eventually, her lord put the books down and curiously arched his eyebrow at her. It was so cute, Andromeda even stopped sobbing. Judging by the way you look, it didn't go all that well, did it? He asked tiredly. Andromeda gave him a wry self-mocking smile. No. It did not, my lord. She deflated and shuffled her feet. Did Dumbledore delay the trial? Her lord, Hadrian, asked in an exasperated tone, completely expecting a sound yes. No, Andromeda informed him, making him frown. Sirius is dead. Dead. Hadrian looked at her, blinking in an uncomprehending shock. He was innocent. Veritaserum would prove that. How the hell did those incompetent idiots they call Aurors screw up so much to result in his death? He questioned in complete exasperated astonishment. He was found dead in his cell when Aurors came to bring him to the trial. Andromeda released a barely audible sigh as she again teared up. A sick, twisted coincidence, really. The cause of death. Hadrian's brows furrowed. No, he was not murdered, my lord. No one could have gotten to him in time. His trial was announced, and 20 minutes after that the Aurors arrived at his cell only to find his corpse. The healer declared he died 10 minutes before the Aurors arrived. According to them, it was either a killing curse or heart attack. Andromeda told him, running her hand through her hair and shaking her head in denial. No. No one could get to him in time to murder him. Not through the Azkaban wards. Not in the time span of 10 minutes. Andromeda looked sad now that she told it aloud, but Hadrian, oddly enough, looked thoughtful and drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair, but after a while of pondering shook his head. Impossible. He was definitely killed. Tell me everything, Andy. Start at the beginning of the meeting. He ordered her. Andromeda frowned but obediently started recalling the meeting. I was called to prove my regency. She started, and it took her entire hour to go through all agendas of the meeting. It was only when she was explaining how Dumbledore called for a pause, Hadrian stopped her. Wait, he just said time out, and the Wizengamot listened. He asked incredulously, making Andromeda widen her eyes. Well, to be completely honest, Sirius did need time to be called and prepared for his trial. She looked at Hadrian, but behind her eyes, a hint of suspicion started to grow. But yes. Now that you mention it, Chief Warlock cannot call a pause of the meeting by himself. Not like that. No matter the reason. Yes. Hadrian nodded and continued in a drawl. You should have been tightly pressing your butts to your seats until Sirius arrived. It doesn't matter if it would take hours. And yet, the pause was called and nobody said a word. Damn, they must be quite used to Dumbledore doing whatever he wants. Do you suspect Dumbledore of killing Sirius? Andromeda asked, completely flabbergasted, her eyes showing her disbelief. You know I do not like the man. Oh, how I dislike him, but killing. No matter our opinion, he is the leader of the light. Surely he wouldn't really stoop so low as to kill someone defenseless. That would be too dark, wouldn't it? She looked weirdly at Hadrian. Andromeda didn't particularly want to believe his hypothesis. After all, her own daughter idolized the man. Her own daughter attended the school the man supervised. If he could murder a man in cold blood just because he couldn't stomach him being free. Andromeda shuddered. He would. He totally would. Hadrian hollowly smirked, somewhat without any positive feeling. He realized this round goes to all twinkles, and it grated him. Sirius being free would crumble his plans like nothing else. Everything was connected. If Sirius came out of Azkaban and started poking his head where it didn't belong, Dumbledore would have to explain so many things he would lose all his political ammunition at once and then some. He sighed wearily. Well, I suppose his death is on my hands now. I didn't realize Dumbledore would be so desperate or that he would be given time to react. But how do you know it was him? Andromeda pressed for answers. You sound pretty sure of yourself, but he would not have time to do it. Phoenix. Hadrian interrupted her. Andromeda's expression swiftly turned to grim understanding and her eyes hardened. There weren't many who knew of the flaming abilities of the chickens of fire. But Andromeda grew up as black. She knew well what Hadrian meant. So, any plan to retaliate? She asked viciously, with hope Sirius would be avenged. Retaliate? Hadrian looked at her funnily. Surely you jest, my dear Regent. He smirked. Of course not. Dumbledore might have won a fight, but he lost the battle. Anyway, how come you don't particularly mourn Sirius? Ah, that. She gave him a sad smile. I didn't know Sirius enough to miss him. Yes, he was a family, but by the time he started Hogwarts I was at the end of my studies, and shortly after I was disowned. She slightly shook her head in sadness. I didn't have a chance to get to know him enough to care. As Andromeda wallowed in her past and sunk herself in self-pity at not having a chance at knowing the only member of her family who would not discriminate against her for the choice of her husband, Hadrian gave her a knowing look. Yes, same here. He plainly stated. I know I should probably feel a loss, but I did not meet the man even once. No hard feelings here. That earned him a sympathetic look from Andromeda which made him roll his eyes. Back to Twinkledew. Hadrian quickly changed the topic. We do not need to proactively retaliate. Send letters with our suspicions to other lords, give whatever evidence, no matter how circumstantial, to Skeeter and pay her, say, 100 galleons, and voila, his reputation will take a crippling blow. Especially if she spins a story about how coincidental Sirius's death was and adds a touch of lies about the sole reason for his incarceration being Dumbledore. Speculate how that helped him get the guardianship over Harry Potter, and if Dumbledore still manages to keep his position of Chief Warlock after such a public debacle and a few rightly worded letters and monetary gifts to the minister from our house. Yeah, not happening. He snorted in derision. I see. Andromeda acknowledged. Won the fight but lost the battle. How? Fudging. She mocked. Well, anything else, Andy? Hadrian asked as his legs that didn't reach the floor swayed back and forth. What about the negotiation? His lips twitched upwards. With Malfoy and Lestrange. At first, Hadrian was expecting to see her laugh her ass off, ridicule them, or even boast about how she taunted them while telling them they have no choice but to sign. He knew well she outright hated Malfoy and wouldn't pass up an opportunity to act like a bitch around him. That's why it was such a surprise when, instead of seeing her expression lit up like a Christmas tree, a nervous grimace appeared as she winced. Andromeda anxiously rubbed her hands and it was obvious 1,000 thoughts flashed through her mind. Hadrian, nevertheless, patiently waited for her to tell him what was wrong. It took her a few minutes, but in the end, she just resignedly sighed and her expression sunk. "Congratulations, my lord!" she exclaimed in fake cheer, making Hadrian tilt his head. Andromeda released sigh yet again with another slight wince. "You are now married." Hadrian's mind short-circuited momentarily, making him tilt his head at her. "Come again?" he asked and raised his eyebrow. "You are married," Andromeda hesitantly said again. "You don't say?" He deadpanned and smirked sarcastically. "I wasn't informed I agreed to the marriage." "Who is the lucky gal?" Andromeda shakily handed him the contracts. He looked it over. Frowned. Looked it over again. His left eye gained a noticeable twitch. He looked at the contracts over the third time and became completely still. "How?" he croaked at her, genuinely lost. "I don't know. Honest," Andromeda confessed. "Somehow they did not sign over only the ownership but the entire marriage itself." Hadrian folded from the sheer shock and supported his head with his hands as he groaned. Not even having the energy to argue or be angry at her. "How do you even imagine it could work?" He whined quietly but then raised his voice. "I am 11 and they are, what? Over 40. Well, yes, my lord. It might be a little too much now that you mention it. While physically you may look like a starved house elf, mentally, at least, you are a lot older. It could work." Andromeda tried to sound cheerful, getting only a deadpan look in return. "Never mind. Good night." She squeaked and hurriedly vacated the room. Comment. 96 comments. Vote. Chapter 35, ch 35. Meeting Narcissa 1. Harry was sitting on a couch in the library, he shamelessly used for meetings, and awaited the arrival of Narcissa Black, his wife. He grimaced thinking about the blunder with contracts and was unsure how to behave around her. He wanted her as a secretary, not a wife, damn it. Putting his head on the table, Harry groaned, completely nervous and unable to focus on the book in front of him. Suddenly Rowena flew in through the wall, disregarding the wards and perched on his shoulder. She caught in reassurance as if she felt his distraught emotions. Harry smiled at her and thanked her for her core of confidence. Deciding to not waste time moping around, he started practicing the magic he focused on momentarily. He tried to mimic the intangibility of Rowena. Intently concentrating on Rowena, he felt the shift between tangible and intangible forms as she showed him her ability. And while it still baffled him, Harry tried to imitate it. He straightened up and put his hand on the opened book on the table in front of him. He started gently pushing his hand into the book as he channeled the magic through it in the exact same way Rowena just did. His hand slowly sunk into the book, going past it, reaching the table and sinking in as well. It was an exhilarating feeling. Knowing he could probably bypass anything with an ability such as this. Alas, he heard Rowena approach full core and had to quickly jerk his hand away, or even the best healer in the country wouldn't be able to help him put it back together. Hadrian was not yet skilled enough to maintain the flow of magic for long durations, nor could he make more than his hand intangible. He couldn't even feel when his hand became tangible again, so Rowena had to alert him when to pull out. Well, for 3 days of practice, he was quite satisfied with his results so far. His raven was very thorough with explaining the finer details of becoming intangible. Needless to say, Harry was goggle-eyed at how much knowledge he needed before Rowena allowed him to try. For hours he had to listen to her cawing the facts at him. The things he does to become OP, As he pondered how to make the flow of magic in his intangibility spell smoother, Kreacher suddenly popped into the room. "Master Hadrian, Mistress Narcissa arrived. Shall I bring her here?" the house elf asked in a raspy but strong voice. Harry looked at him and appreciated the new style of the elf. He wore attire akin to a butler uniform and white silky gloves. His back was straight, proudly lifting his chin. He regally waited for Harry to answer. Maybe it was not such a bad idea to give him those books about proper butlers. Harry thought, slightly awkward at the instant change. He gave Kreacher an acknowledging nod and the house elf popped away to escort Narcissa to the library. Harry pushed his senses out, trying to get a feel for her. It took him a few seconds of intense concentration since the place was filled with magical artifacts and discerning was hard, but he managed. He felt a tug of a familiar magical presence behind the door. Narcissa was about to enter. The door opened and Kreacher led her inside. "Lord Black, may I present Narcissa Black?" he stated, more than asked, and waited for dismissal. Harry gave him yet another nod, making him pop away, and redirected his gaze at Narcissa. There she stood. A stunning woman who looked to be in her late 20s. He was albeit pleasantly but nevertheless surprised at her appearance. She was a lot smaller than he imagined. While he briefly spotted her in Diagon Alley, he didn't think she would be of quite so small stature. Her height was barely reaching 5 feet and 3 inches. Her pale blonde tresses were set up into one intricate braid that flowed from her left shoulder forward, lying across her chest, ending in the middle of her torso. Multiple hairpins, looking like soft blue snowflakes, decorated her braid. Harry had no doubt these decorations were pointy and sharp enough to be weaponized quite easily. Her attire was a black frilly Victorian-like dress with bare shoulders, emphasizing her chest. Like her hair, the dress also sported many catchy decorations, mostly of black color which, in the dim places like the ancestral House of Blacks, highlighted her pale skin, making it almost shine. Harry had no doubt she was trying to make a good first impression. Even him, a child, was enchanted by her looks. The next thing that took him by surprise was her eyes. They were icy blue and naturally freezing, but the second they landed on him her disregarding and cold gaze shifted. Harry saw her eyes in the alley and remembered the harsh coldness and disregard of her eyes. The contempt she projected as she watched the world around. The unveiled "I am better than thou" spark in her eyes. Yet, now her eyes held a certain warmth to them. Happiness. Gratitude even. Needless to say, it baffled Harry. Her eyes certainly showed how relaxed the woman in front of him was. Narcissa, while slightly surprised, quickly became completely unfazed. No predatory glint of realizing her prey is inexperienced. No manipulative flash. No scheming twinkling. No, her eyes were serene and quite frankly amused when they connected with his. Yes, Harry was definitely surprised, and disconcerted. Narcissa's gaze unwaveringly bored into his eyes, without even blinking, and he was certain she also was appraising him. Yes, very disconcerted. At long last, she confidently strutted closer, her nose held high as is proper for a lady. She gave Harry a short bow while raising her skirt and gently smiled. "Narcissa Black, my lord." "Harry Potter." Harry returned her smile and in satisfaction noted the slight widening of her eyes. That was all the reaction he got though. "Be seated, my lady," Harry told her after seeing her lackluster reaction to his identity. Narcissa wasn't one for humbleness. With self-assured gait, she hightailed it close to Harry, and before he could protest, Instead of sitting opposite him, she sat on his right side, pressing her shoulder to his, enough to make him able to smell her sweet and alluring fragrance. She slightly turned to his side, so she could look him directly in the eyes, waiting for her husband to start the talk. Exactly as the etiquette of purebloods dictated. If she wanted to unsettle Harry, she definitely managed. "Narcissa, may I call you that?" Harry asked and received a small nod. "You may call me Hadrian, then. I assume you heard from Lucius why you are here?" He continued asking and felt quite out of place. He, 11 years old kid questioning a woman over 40 who did her damnedest to look bewitching. "Yes. Of course, I know. It would not be Lucius if he didn't gloat at how he cunningly used the situation in his advantage in order for me to infiltrate blacks and become his spy," Narcissa quipped, sarcasm flooding the room. "The idiot still thinks he can order me around even without being my owner." She slightly rolled her eyes in amusement. She started to caress her hair, directing a slight smirk at Harry. Harry could only give her a wry grin at that, contemplating if there is something wrong with Lucius. Well, of course, there was something wrong with him. He willingly threw a woman like her away. Either he plays for the other team, or there is something seriously wrong with her that would make her beauty a moot point. Harry fervently hoped it was the former though. "My lord. Harry, what I want to know is, what do you expect from me?" Narcissa pulled him out of his thoughts. "Expect?" he asked her, not understanding what she means. When she saw his expression she nodded. "For example, when I was married to Lucius, I had to follow 216 stipulations set by him," she explained, and an understanding dawned on Harry's face when he suddenly blinked owlishly at her. "Wait. Are you seriously telling me you managed to leech 90% of profits from Malfoy's estates away while being bound to follow over 200 rules?" Harry looked at her, his jaw almost hitting the floor. Narcissa gave him a proud nod as a vicious gleam appeared in her eyes. "I am just that good," she sneered in imitation of Malfoy. She reached towards him and put her smooth hand on his cheek, her expression relaxed, startling him yet getting his undivided attention as he subconsciously relished at her gentle touch. "Yes, Harry. You should always remember. No matter how strong a contract, vow, or oath are, there is always a loophole in them," she told him, suddenly getting serious. "For example, the marriage contract Lucius signed over to you was a done deal. Unbreakable and unchangeable. I am pretty much a slave. And it is forever and ever. But that doesn't mean I won't be able to make the encounter as unpleasant as possible for my owner. As long as he is not aware and I know how to exploit my position." She didn't finish but gave him a sincere smile as the light in her eyes danced mirthfully. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry asked quietly, putting his hand on hers as it cradled his cheek. Only now he felt the echoes of the original, physical attention-starved Harry Potter. He did not feel lust towards Narcissa. No, he was too young for that. He instead felt a need, an insatiable desire for her gentle touch. His transmigrator's sense was really getting alarmed at that, but he just could not pull away from her hand. Narcissa smiled at his gesture, relishing his touch even though her expression stayed unchanged. "I was married to Lucius Malfoy for over a decade and a half. I am tired, Harry. At the end of my wits and completely exhausted." Her eyes dimmed, becoming absent-mindedly soulless. "So exhausted." She blinked and refocused her gaze on him and teased. "I am gambling and putting my trust in you, husband." Are you sure that's a good idea though? He asked back playfully. Who knows, I may be worse than Lucius. I may tie you to a bed and, well, you know. He finished, his cheeks dyeing themselves deep red. In that case, you would already be an infinitely better husband than Lucius ever was. She flippantly told him with a derisive snort. After my life with my previous husband, something like getting banged while tied up would be a dream come true. In fact, when you grow up, we are definitely doing something that, husband. She finished with such an unshakable conviction and fiery passionate look Harry shuddered. Her brows suddenly furrowed and her expression twisted wistfully before it considerably softened in resignation. A guilty look marred her face, her eyes for the first time since she sat down and left his. She gazed downward nervously. I will be completely truthful, so please, do not overreact, okay dear? She whispered to him pleadingly. Okay. Harry, quite weirded out at her quick switch from playful to remorseful, half asked, half answered. I know giving myself to you is a marvelous idea. She told him, and as he was about to open his mouth she quickly put her index finger on his lips in a shushing motion. I know it because. She took a reassuring breath. Because I am a very gifted legilimens. Harry stiffened. Comment. 74 comments. Vote. Chapter 36, ch 36. Meeting Narcissa 2. You searched through my mind. Harry accused her dryly as he squinted his eyes at her. It was less of a question and more of a statement, making her slightly wince. I don't regret it. She confessed with a straight face, but then her expression fell and she quietly added. I just had to know your character. Harry was conflicted about how to go about this. On the one hand, she invaded his privacy. On the other, she is still alive and well. If she meant any harm by it, the contract would stop her. Painfully. He could understand. After over a decade with Lucius, yes, he could definitely understand why she did it. That, however, didn't make it any less unsettling for him. In the end, he sighed and decided to take it in strides. Okay. He said, his voice showing his conflicted feelings. While not appreciated, I think I can get over you shuffling through my head. Just ask if you ever want to do it again. Thank you. Narcissa beamed and offered an olive branch. How about I tell you the story of my life as an apology? Getting a nod and amused eye roll in return, she started describing her life. Her happy childhood with her sisters. Her privileges and difficulties as the youngest daughter of blacks. The harsh upbringing of proper lady. Her school years at Hogwarts and interest in runes and alchemy. From then on her story gained a tinge of depression which only increased the more she talked. She narrated the bride auction set forth by her aunt and parents. How she was bought by the Rosier family and was even happy it was them that acquired her, but due to her sister, Andromeda, running away and breaking the contract before its activation by marrying another, she had to marry Malfoy. She continued describing her marriage to Lucius, spitting it out with vicious venom lacing her voice. She skimmed over how Lucius relished at giving her to his friends. Described that due to the contract, sex with other men than her husband brings her untold suffering, and the pleasure turns to pain. Apparently, the only worse feeling she ever felt was a full-blown cruciatus courtesy of Voldemort. Narcissa angrily gritted her teeth as she recalled the delighted expression Lucius had every time he made her go through these pains and humiliation. Explaining how it changed her for the worse, robbing her of the last spark of innocence she had. She hardly droned it out with great reluctance, not willing to remember the more vivid details. Then, the First Wizarding War started. She told Harry how Lucius moved his beloved master to Malfoy Manor. How her suffering only increased hence on. How Bellatrix, of all people, the last person Narcissa expected to be even sane enough to care, begged her master for mercy for Narcissa. The punishment Bellatrix received and her deranged screams. How she wept for her sister that day. The miraculous opportunity that arose and how she took it, becoming unofficial Death Eater. Her face flushed in shame but her eyes revealed firm resolve and not an ounce of regret as she described the atrocities she caused. The torture of children. The rendering of humans for potions. The sick pleasure Voldemort displayed as he made her into his pleasure toy for no other reason than it hurt her. The countless crimes she was forced to commit in his name and how it yet again completely changed her world view, making her more realistic. The oath Voldemort forced Lucius to swear. The feelings she had when she was given young Draco and was told he is her son and she is expected to act like it. Her eventual acceptance and effort to be the best mother for him. The happiness at Voldemort's downfall. The elation when she understood she may not be free but is safe and sound and in partial control due to the oath. The giddiness at annoying Malfoy Sr. almost daily. And the fears of her master's eventual rise from death. The disappointment she felt as she was forced to watch Draco becoming a copy of Lucius without being able to intervene. How even the last sliver of her self-imposed feelings for the child died completely when she watched Draco enjoy killing old house elf in cold, deranged joy as Lucius tried to make him used to blood. And ending with describing her smug elation when Lucius gloated about his profitable business venture and her return to House Black. When she ended, they both looked at each other, unsure of what to say. In the end, Harry just leaned forward and embraced her in a tight hug, trying to comfort her. Narcissa's body sagged against his, completely engulfing him. Her tensed muscles relaxed as her head rested on the crook of his neck. While both relished at the closeness, Harry noticed their magic pushing against each other gently, almost merging, eventually entwining and staying that way. He did not feel any difference outwardly nor inwardly but his perception told him, screamed almost, something irrevocably changed. In both of them. He now possessed a sliver of Narcissa's magic and she possessed a sliver of his. Before he could contemplate more on this new discovery, Narcissa pulled out of the hug. "Thank you. I needed that," she told him with a greatly satisfied smile, her eyes following him happily. "Harry, I think we should return to our earlier discussion. What do you expect from me as your wife?" she asked worriedly. Harry smiled in reassurance. "I have only one rule. Albeit it may be divided into multiple smaller ones," he said. "My foremost rule is, no betrayals." Narcissa bobbed her head in acknowledgement and waited. When after a while he didn't do anything she unshyly asked, "Are you not going to make that an order enforced by the contract?" "No." Harry shook his head. "Maybe someday you will have to do something behind my back for my good. I won't order you. I am gambling and putting my trust in you, wife." He returned her earlier teasing, knowing his trust is more due to the unexplained bonding he perceived. What betrayal did he have to fear from her? They were now irrevocably connected. Despite the fact, she seemed to not realize it as of yet. "My next expectation is quite simple and obvious. While our marriage was quite frankly unexpected, unplanned, and complete surprise for both of us, I am sure you are my wife first and foremost." Harry took her hand in his, displaying his sincerity. I do not want you to put House Black or your position as lady at the forefront of your responsibilities. I want you to further yourself in runes and alchemy. Reach greater heights in magic. Become someone who can support me and advise me. Someone I can be proud of. Narcissa smiled and squeezed his hand in gratitude. You know, for all of your expectations of me, this is the most freedom I had since I was born. She reminisced. There were always heaps of duties thrown on my head. Expectations. Lessons. Good how-to trophy wife 101. She shook her head sadly. If not, then it was Lucius's desires or his friends. And lastly, my work as an unmarked Death Eater. There was always something caging me, constraining me. I could never study magic to the extent I wanted. Yes, I agree, my lord. I will become one of your support pillars. For as long as you will have me. She happily leaned forward and gently pecked his cheek. I'd like you to manage the Black estates. He blurted out and tried to distract himself from his embarrassment as he gained a red hue due to the kiss. Narcissa gave him a knowing look. Sure. No worries, I won't even leech the profits away this time. She cheekily agreed, making Harry share a chuckle with her. She looked him straight into the eyes with dedication and honesty. I will show you my worth and make you the richest wizard in Britain, Harry. I don't care about money. He informed her. My aim lies somewhere else. Interesting. She hummed and saucily winked. So, what do you need of me, then, husband? I want you. Harry grinned at her pleased expression as he said that and continued. To carefully and subtly drain the coffers of the Death Eaters you are aware of. You will have the full financial might and political pool of House Black at your disposal, of course. Cause as much chaos and mayhem as you can to the economy of Wizarding Britain. Just go wild but don't be discovered. Narcissa couldn't help the full-blown happy grin appearing on her face. She hardly believed her luck. Not once did she think she would be given an opportunity such as this. It was time for some long overdue righteous revenge. She grabbed Harry's hand and tightly pressed her lips to his. When she realized she just snogged a kid, she turned crimson red, trying to cough her shame away. Care for some refreshments, husband? She asked, averting her eyes from Harry, covering her slight smile. I see, offering refreshments already. You must take your duties as Lady Black seriously indeed. Harry teased, deepening Narcissa's blush. Makes me wonder what kind of wifey duties do you take just as dutifully? He cheekily quipped, still relishing at the softness of her lips. You cheeky little. Narcissa good-naturedly scowled and weakly slapped his shoulder, trying to restrain her smile. It took them a while to get out of a pleasant atmosphere and Narcissa decided it was time for tea. Creature. The house elf popped out near her. Yes, Mistress Narcissa. Be dear and bring some refreshments. She ordered in a no-nonsense, cold tone. The refreshments are already prepared. Creature replied indifferently and snapped his finger and 2 teacups with a stream coming out of them appeared alongside a tray of cookies. Narcissa arched her elegant eyebrow at his attentiveness and decided to be more polite to him. Thank you. She lightly thanked and Creature looked like a kid who just realized Santa is not real. Harry guessed he never expected any black to ever thank him for his work. My pleasure, milady. Creature bowed in appreciation and quickly disappeared to hide his embarrassment. Before Harry could react, Narcissa was leaning towards the table and handing him one of the teacups. Here you go. she told him as she sipped her tea. Harry nodded and tried it. "Wow, this is quite good," he exclaimed. "Yes. Blacks have their tastes well sorted. A pity it only applies to food." Narcissa almost snorted in ridicule. For the next 20 minutes, they bantered and drank their tea, just leisurely enjoying the presence of each other. They tried to get closer and get to know each other better. While neither of them actually could say there was any love between them just yet, the spark of affection was clearly there. If Harry didn't know Narcissa couldn't harm him due to the contract, he would have to be a hell of a lot more careful around the witch. The woman definitely had the making of a skilled manipulator. And now he knows she is actually beyond master at Legilimens. She was dangerous. That much was obvious. Fortunately, she was a Black, and lying to Lord Black in the ancestral house of Blacks is a foolish notion at best. His family magic showed him exactly how sincere she is, and he was flabbergasted at how much she meant everything she said. Yes. Harry could trust her. And he was infinitely glad for that. As he thought these thoughts, he suddenly started to feel dizzy and his view went dim. He tried to blink a few times and groaned at the momentary sickness he felt. "Do not worry, dear. It will be over in a moment." He heard Narcissa's tempting voice but couldn't quite yet see where it came from. She uncaringly leaned closer and reached her hand and casually took his cup straight out of his hands and put it back on the table. Harry could not move and was only able to observe as her eyes started to gleam with a predatory glint as she licked her lips hungrily at him. "What did you do to me?" he asked her with wide eyes. Comment. 65 comments. Vote. Chapter 37, ch 37. Narcissa's plot. Harry's head spun and his sight started to darken. His body was shaking and his stomach churned. He was on the verge of throwing up yet unable to actually do so for a better part of 5 minutes when finally it all stopped. He tiredly looked at Narcissa, a question in his eyes, as she patiently yet playfully watched him while cutely nibbling the edge of her teacup. Her eyes betraying her anticipation as she waited with bated breath. He was about to ask her what she did to him when his body suddenly shifted. Before he could even blink, his body got older and stopped only when it was around 20. He was astonished and looked at his bigger hands with an uncomprehending gaze. "Aging potion." Narcissa smiled eagerly. "Sorry for the sickness. This one was a bit too potent. We have a few hours." Her eyes shined expectantly as she swung herself on his lap while he was not paying attention, still admiring the change of his body. She straddled him and before he could even realize what she just did, her lips again connected to his, her hand snaking around his head, pressing it tighter to hers. This time, however, it was no chaste kiss of gratitude. This time she stuck her tongue as deep as she could with untold ferocity. Only after she was thoroughly satisfied by a realization her target is poking her privates with his stiff erection did she pull back for some highly needed air. "And that, my dear, was the activation of the lust potion," she proudly proclaimed. She smirked temptingly and with an almost lazy swish of her wand vanished Harry's clothes. Yet again, he didn't manage to react as his head was full of desire. She leaped from the coach to the floor, kneeling and quickly took his entire length into her mouth. A wave of pleasure engulfed him as both moaned, her moan making it even more stimulating for him. Harry put his hands on her head, entwining his fingers into her silky smooth hair, absent-mindedly massaging her scalp. Narcissa's tongue flickered around his shaft with practiced ease as she eagerly bobbed her head up and down while playing with herself. It didn't take her long to make Harry come, and as he was about to release, she pressed herself even closer to his crotch, gulping his seeds as if starved, her eyes tightly closed in delight. Narcissa pulled him out of her mouth and watched him enjoy the post-orgasmic pleasure before she again straddled him and without warning slid down on his length. This is good," she moaned, her eyes fluttering. "I didn't have pleasurable sex in over 2 decades. She started gently rocking her body back and forth while pecking Harry on lips, neck, and shoulder. After they were both aroused enough, her pace quickened and the only sound coming from the library was flesh meeting flesh, loud moans, and gasps of pleasure. Halfway through it, Harry finally came out of his pleasure-induced shock and hugged Narcissa closer to his body, squishing her breasts to his chest as he returned her fleeting kisses while gently caressing her back, gently dragging his nails on her skin, stimulating her. He started to push himself up, making the woman who rode him widen her eyes and reveal a gorgeous smile of indulgence as her pace yet again quickened. Both were at the end of the rope and couldn't hold for much longer. Their eyes met and understanding flashed between them. One last time, both of them strongly pressed their bodies together, Narcissa downward and Harry upward as both came at the same time. Narcissa bit her lips to prevent herself from moaning. "You are filling me." She tightly hugged Harry and just laid her bare body on him, enjoying the warmth of his embrace as she rode on the waves of pleasure. Harry wasn't about to let her take control though. As she was still out of it, he toppled her over, letting her back fall onto the couch with an audible thump. Watching her enchanting body just sprawled there, a sheen of sweat covering her as she squirms in orgasmic tremors. It woke something primal in him. He lowered himself on her body and started to gently kiss her while gripping and kneading her breasts. Harry knew he won't beat her, can't give her the time of her life. Not with his subpar technique, so he cheated. He focused his wandless telekinesis on the tip of his fingers, making him able to fine control it. As he kneaded her breasts, his telekinesis gently caressed them deeply under her skin, reaching all the way to nerve endings, sending Narcissa to yet another orgasm-filled thrashing as she screamed from all the pleasure. Only Harry's body that tightly pressed her into the couch prevented her from falling onto the floor. He did not stop giving her more caresses with his magical touch though. After 2 minutes of doing so while watching her squirm and occasionally squirt her juices, he stopped using his telekinesis and ever so slowly slid his cock into her sensitive pussy. Narcissa's heavy breath hitched as her eyes gained a fearful glint. Harry immediately froze. "Sorry, sissy," he whispered to her affectionately. "Does it hurt? Should I stop?" Hearing him, Narcissa's gaze softened and gained an appreciative glint. She put her hand on his cheek. "Is my dear little Hadrian concerned for me?" she cooed seductively. She spread her legs even wider and clasped them behind his back, pushing him into herself with fervent desire, still minutely shaking from her previous orgasm but licking her lips at the delicious feeling of fullness. Narcissa was happy. A little too shaky, but she didn't feel such a rush in, forever. Her body was hot and sweaty and her mind went into overdrive due to pleasure. Yes, she definitely didn't regret a dime of her actions. She moved her legs alongside Harry's body, making him fuck her quicker and quicker, her body pleading for that amorous feeling of orgasm. Harry didn't let her rest though, he happily started yet another battle of tongues, and Narcissa barely hanged on a thread in a vain attempt to win it. As she felt his orgasm approaching again, she used his momentary weakness to flip their bodies over, getting to the top. She sat on his crotch, straddling him with a smug winning smile, and pressed her hands on his chest, gesturing him to stay down. "Be good. she purred. Now it's my time to be on the top. She frantically pressed her hips to his and set a tempo. Harry's hands quickly found themselves on her hips, pushing them downward in a sconce of more pleasure. They both were far too ahead to stop now, and as Harry came, he applied his telekinesis again onto his arms, sending a stimulating electrical jolt through her hips, going up her spine. Her body shuddered, her eyes widened as her mouth opened in a silent scream. Yet another orgasm shook her core. Both Harry and Narcissa fell into a heap of flesh on the drenched coach. Narcissa's head gently laid on Harry's chest as she reveled at the feeling of his penis still in her. They both smiled in satisfaction at each other, and Harry put his hand on her head, caressing her head, which made her smile a magnitude wider. "Do me a favor, sissy," he told her absent-mindedly as he watched her beautiful hair. "Let this." He gave her a soft head pat, making her angelic smile morph into a cute pout while also sending a tingling sensation through her back. "Grow. She hummed, stifling her moan, and took a strand of her long pale hair, twirling it on her finger as she buried her cheek even deeper into his chest. "How long would you want it to be, my lord?" she teased. "Long enough to sit on them," Harry told her, and snaked his hand under the hair covering her back, putting it on her neck. "I may consider it if you do this to me more often," she cheekily replied. Harry didn't let the taunt faze him. He only applied magic to his hand near her neck, and Narcissa's body shuddered as a girlish squeal came from her mouth. Okay. I get it. You win," she hastily whined, preventing him from doing more. Both knew they were barely able to move anymore, let alone go for another round. They reached their bodily limits and just laid there savoring the presence of the other. "Why?" Harry asked after a few moments. "Elaborate," Narcissa lazily drawled. "Why did you do this?" He tried to sound relaxed, but his voice strained in curiosity. Narcissa was silent for a moment but then sighed. When I heard that I am married to Lord Black, I decided to have this exercise, no matter who Lord Black is or his age. To be honest, I half expected it to be my grandfather Archerus and prepared a ton of aphrodisiac for the occasion." She snickered and pressed her face into Harry's chest in sheer embarrassment. I think I didn't really think. It was over a decade since a man touched me, you know. And I just wanted. Shush." Harry interrupted her calmingly and dragged his hand up and down her back in cooing motion. "And the aging potion?" he curiously quipped. "Oh, I always carry a few of them of various potencies. You never know when you will need to appear as an old hag to overhear a juicy rumor," Narcissa said sagely. "I see." Harry deadpanned. "So, I guess you put it into my tea when I wasn't watching, or was Creature also onto it?" She shook her head, tickling his chest with her hair. He didn't know. "But do expect to be ambushed like this more often if you won't fulfill your duty, husband." She seductively winked. "In that case, do keep a supply of aging potions on hand," Harry said simply, sending Narcissa over the moon. "You know, when I looked into your mind," she started unsurely, "I saw that mentally you are much older than a child should be. That actually made this so much easier," she confessed. Harry stammered. "I won't ask difficult questions, Harry," Narcissa continued without letting him react but gave him a hopeful look. "One day, maybe. He relented after a while of pondering. "Narcissa?" Harry asked in an amused tone, getting a hum in return. Are you channeling some healing spells? He wondered when her wand left the table and appeared in her hand. Muscle relaxant, invigoration spell, and stamina spell to be exact. She beamed proudly. And, pray tell, for what would we need those spells? His amused tone intensified. Eh? She looked at him innocently. So, second round. Harry laughed mirthfully. Certainly. Second round is it? Well. First time writing something like this, so, comment. Comment. 96 comments. Vote. Chapter 38, ch 38. Narcissa's resolve. Narcissa stared at the animated puppet that wore Death Eater attire in front of her as she raised her wand in preparation for a fight. She didn't attack. Instead, she let the puppet start the fight and send a red bolt of energy at her. Narcissa's eyes attentively focused on the energy bolt that flew faster than a human eye could follow. Her instincts screamed at her to duck, roll, or simply lean to the side, yet, she did not dodge. Narcissa patiently waited, and in a moment, the bolt was too close to dodge. Suddenly a rune shined on the ground in front of Narcissa, completely dissipating the bolt. That was when she burst into motion. She made to chain several spells, starting with Bone Crusher to the center of the puppet, fluidly swishing her wand slightly downward for a blood boiler to the right side and ending her chain with a bludgeoning spell to the left of the puppet, completely cutting any and all directions for evading. All three flew at the puppet as if they were cast simultaneously. The puppet was not some cheap toy, however. It was the pinnacle of enchanting and reacted accordingly. Determining the blood boiler to be the weakest of the chain, it quickly jumped towards it, letting the two other spells sail harmlessly past it. The calculations of the puppet were correct. Since it had no blood, the blood boiler didn't do anything to it. The second the curse impacted the puppet, however, a wordless and motionless Expelliarmus also impacted it like a truck, sending it flying 10 meters back. The puppet was made out of very magic-resistant material and quite sturdy. Unfortunately for Narcissa, the blow was not registered as lethal, so it stood up, sporting at most a few scratches, ready to continue. Two other puppets sprang into action from the sidelines, both firing another bolt of energy at Narcissa. As with the previous bolt, they quickly dissipated as they came in contact with the rune, giving Narcissa a chance to swish her wand at them. She transfigured the ground behind one to a small hole while forcing it to take a step back due to quick reducto. As it tripped on the hole, another well-aimed reducto impacted its head, not leaving even a scratch, but the blow was considered lethal. The puppet didn't stand up anymore. The other puppet was made to sidestep an organ-liquefying curse, dodge bludgeoning curse, leap out of the way of Defindo, all the while it cast bolt after bolt at Narcissa, who quite contently stood in the same place she started at, protected by her rune while sending curse after curse at the puppet. Suddenly the first puppet Narcissa fought against, joined the fray, trying to circle around Narcissa. Clicking her tongue, she spun on her heel, her wand in her outstretched arm, pointing at the ground as she did a full circle around herself. Runes started appearing in the place her wand was pointing until they formed a full circle around Narcissa. As a bolt from the first puppet impacted the runic circle, it got deflected away from Narcissa. The second it impacted the circle, Narcissa's wand, and mind, led by the magic of the runes, snapped faster than the eye could follow right to the direction of the puppet, her magic flaring. Not even second after the puppet cast its energy bolt, it found itself at the Narcissa's wand point and the ground beneath it erupted in Bombarda Maxima, sending it flailing through the air, out of commission. The last puppet used the minute distraction to get closer to Narcissa. She quickly understood the reason. Since the bolts aren't a threat, the puppet aimed for a body tackle. A slight smile appeared on Narcissa's face as she waited for the puppet to get closer, and as it was 10 meters from her, she swished her wand. Avada Kedavra! And the puppet fell lifelessly on the ground, registering a lethal blow. A clapping sound reverberated through the training ground, coming from behind Narcissa. She swiftly spun towards it, her wand on the ready, only relaxing when she saw Andromeda approaching. Damn sister! These puppets may be old but still are fast enough to give problems to professional duelers. 3 at once. Count me impressed. Well, Andy. When you live among Death Eaters. Narcissa trailed off, making the atmosphere awkward. Andromeda harumphed. What's the reason for this workout, sissy? She asked. Was trying out my magic-absorbing rune. Narcissa smiled but then grimaced as she saw her sister's expression lit in interest. It almost pained her to dash her sister's hopes. No, it is a failure. It can't stop anything more powerful than bone-shattering curse. As if so many wizards actually knew a spell that packs more power than Bone Shatterer. Andromeda grumbled. Well, anyway, killing curse. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the government? She asked as she handed Narcissa a bottle of water. Discovered. Narcissa's lip twitched upwards. Here, dear sister. She mockingly spread her arms. 90% of the time, they won't report anything, and the remaining 10% can't penetrate wards of common households, least black family wards. She informed Andromeda with an amused scoff. But, what do you mean most of the time they do not report anything? They worked. Even some Death Eaters have been captured thanks to them. The tests clearly showed. Andromeda looked incredulously at Narcissa. Of course they did, Andy. Narcissa openly laughed. After all, it was Lucius's father who helped to set them up at the order of the Dark Lord himself. It would not do if they didn't get at least some of the more useless variety of Death Eaters. Andromeda froze in her tracks with her jaw hanging open. Close your mouth before a house elf makes a nest in there. Narcissa rolled her eyes. So, what would you like to discuss, sister? Andromeda recollected herself and her lips thinned. Can't I just visit my sister? You can. Narcissa's brows started twitching in annoyance. But if you wanted to have a sister's talk, you would give me a proper heads up. No. You appeared out of nowhere. Here. In the training room of Grimmauld Place 12. One of the most out-of-the-way rooms there is in the house. Do not make me doubt your intelligence by saying your visit is a coincidence, Andromeda. You are clearly bothered by something. Narcissa coldly rebuked. Andromeda deflated and released a defeated sigh. I'd like to know your intentions towards Lord Black. She asked bluntly. My intentions? Narcissa asked, not understanding what exactly Andromeda wanted to know. Andromeda's cheek reddened. You forgot to apply the silencing spell yesterday, sissy. Your squeals were quite loud. She whispered, making Narcissa's pale skin flare into crimson red and start spluttering. Andromeda, as amused as she was due to her sister's embarrassment, pressed more. If this is some intricate manipulation you... Narcissa's embarrassment abruptly turned to anger and her eyes narrowed. Manipulation. She sharply interrupted her sister, making her shut up, but then grit her teeth. In a way, yes. I do intend to manipulate Hadrian. Before Andromeda could protest, Narcissa continued in a resolute and firm tone. But me having sex with him was just that. I wanted to again feel the pleasure while showing my lord my worth. I wanted to make him understand that keeping me near will be worth it. Like a sex toy? Andromeda asked, not liking the way her sister talked about her actions, momentarily forgetting her reason for confronting her sister. Yes. Narcissa spat venomously and her voice raised. If he desires a sex toy, I will gladly be just that. Both sisters glared at each other, Narcissa with a slight hostility while Andromeda in confusion but an unwillingness to back down. I served Lord Voldemort. Narcissa eventually said, her tone bland. He was a cruel master. Very painful too. She unconsciously rubbed her neck as if massaging a bruise. Andromeda's gaze softened and a sudden urge to comfort her sister flared in her chest. Before that, I served Lucius. These were the most painful years of my existence. Narcissa's eyes got even more deadpan and lifeless than before and Andromeda's eyes gained a pitying glint. And after Lord Voldemort's fall, I again had to serve Lucius but now without him being able to make me suffer. So, he tried to do anything to make my life as uncomfortable as possible without actually hurting me or his house. Narcissa's eyes peered straight into Andromeda's, hardened, cold, and dangerous. Now I have a new master. One who cares. She uttered, her voice gaining a slightly happier undertone but was still as hard as steel. When I used my legilimency on him, the first thought he had was how to make this marriage more comfortable for me. For the first time in my life, a man who owned me cared about my feelings. So yes, dear sister, if my master wants a sex toy, I will be there to provide him as much sex as he wants and make it damn enjoyable. If he wants me to bring Wizarding Britain to ruin, I will do exactly that. And, if I am ordered to find a way to kill Dumbledore, I will find it. She strongly stated. Andromeda gulped, unable to gather her thoughts at the absurdity of what her sister just said. What about your manipulations then? She blurted out the first thing that came to her mind and instantly regretted it. Narcissa's face slacked, anger leaving her. She, as if aged suddenly, showed a tired expression. Andy, she slowly drawled, resisting the urge to give her sister a ridiculing sneer. Our Lord is 11. Seeing Andromeda's uncomprehending expression, Narcissa wanted to facepalm but continued in a calm voice as if explaining something to a child. Yes. He is mentally an adult. But, a lord, he is not. He is too childish, too prone to mistakes. Seeing Andromeda cross her hands on her chest, Narcissa knew her sister was not listening fully, and she would have to provide better arguments if he wanted to make her point clear. Yes. I am going to take care of every mistake Hadrian makes. But I am also going to show him when and exactly what he did wrong and how could he do it better in the future. Teach him how to make effective use of his lordship. Teach him his privileges and how to take advantage of the law. And among those things, I will show him my worth. Narcissa's face again bloomed in a sweet smile. That is the extent of my manipulations, dear sister. I will make sure he damn well knows I will do anything for him. Even if it means meeting my end at the Dark Lord's wand when he comes back, as Lucius likes to preach. Her eyes shone in determination. I was never loved by any man who had power over me, so I certainly do hope my services will make Hadrian genuinely fall in love with me and cherish me. I will do it because I want to feel safe and loved. Even if it is possible to call what I do a plain manipulation. The contract allows it because I mean no harm to my master, Andy. I just hope you won't go too far, sister. Andromeda quietly relented. Don't worry. Everything I do will, in the end, benefit Hadrian more than myself. Narcissa nodded and walked away. Comment. 43 comments. Vote. Chapter 39, ch 39. Bellatrix. What about her? Harry was sitting in his comfortable chair near the hearth in the Black Library. Opposite him was Rowena, tightly perched on the table. They were intently staring into each other's eyes without blinking, nor moving a muscle. Harry suddenly gripped his head in pain and let out a muffled gasp as he broke the eye contact. Rowena caught in disapproval. Yes, I know I should have held it through the pain, Ro. He plainly told her, massaging his temples, trying to relieve his headache. His uncaring reply earned him another 5 minutes of fervent cawing courtesy of Rowena, leaving him no other opinion than to sigh and admit defeat. Yes. Of course, you are right. He agreed and Rowena puffed out. But it is not as easy as you make it out to be. That earned him a harsh glare and another disapproving caw. No, Ro. I can't detect you without the utmost focus. Your legilimency probe is just too subtle. And an angry caw interrupted him. Suayuyu, of course, my incompetency is due to my human brain's inability to keep up with your bird brain. Harry rolled his eyes exaggeratedly, getting yet another cawing ceremony. I know you are trying to make your probes seem obvious. I just have a hard time picking them up. Caw ca. Rowena started but was interrupted by a loud knock on the door. Harry looked at his familiar and sighed while inwardly thanking whoever decided to disturb them. Look, we will continue this later, okay? He smiled at Rowena and lovingly nudged her head. Come in. He shouted towards the door and a second later, Narcissa stepped through the door. Hello. She smiled at him and sat down on a nearby chair. 3 days passed since their first coupling and since then they became closer by the day. Both Harry and Narcissa gave their all to understand each other and it brought visible results in their relationship. The more Harry spent with his sister, the less reluctant he became due to the age gap. While not yet love, the budding sparks of affections began to show. Hi. He greeted back. Surprise seeing you here at this hour. Something bothering you? Narcissa's lips thinned and her eyes showed uncertainty on how to start. Oh, boy. Something does bother her then. More work for me. Ah, the headache. Harry thought dryly and waited for her to breach the subject. It is about Bella. Narcissa eventually managed to utter, making Harry tilt his head. Bellatrix. His face morphed into confusion. What about her? She is my sister. She pursed her lips and carefully started telling him the reason for her visit. I would like to know what your plans are for her, Hadrian. He looked at her nervous expression and gave her an affirmative nod. Preferably. He dragged his hand through his hair. I would love to have her in the exact same position you are in right now. But I doubt me getting the ownership of her contract and cancelling all previous orders would make her into, capable of coexistence with us, the peaceful folks. Plus she definitely doesn't smell like daisies nor does she shit rainbow. Just getting her out of Azkaban will be a chore. And even if we got her out, we would have to persuade her to be as obedient as a type of magical sheep called wizards, which with her personality is kinda hard to achieve. Harry told her and grimaced slightly at her disheartened expression. No. She certainly is not one of us, the peaceful folks. Narcissa gave him a wry smile. I would know. She trailed off. Deep down, I always knew she was evil. Yes. Harry's curiosity piqued at her peculiar wording. Was she like that even when young? On top of my skill in mind arts, I am an empath, Hadrian. When I was younger, I never put much stock into my instincts. I did not know what they meant. She shook her head in sadness. Bellatrix was raised for combat. Born a second child just a few years after Grindelwald's fall. Blacks wanted a witch capable of destruction in their name. Her training started as soon as 5 years old. I can't count how many times I felt her hurt or sadness coming from her when we played together. Funnily enough, she always had a mile-wide smile plastered on her face that fooled everyone. As time went on, her feelings dulled, her sadness morphed to rage, and then Voldemort came. I only realized this after I was married to Lucius. By then, it was far too late to do anything. She sighed, her head lowered as she fought tears from spilling. Anyway, my sister was enamored with the Dark Lord. Hanging on his every word. Still is, I guess. But she wasn't quite as bad as she is now. She was a supporter, pure-blood supremacist of the highest order. But every black was raised to be one. Then her marriage with Lestrange happened and she disappeared for some time, only to re-emerge as Bellatrix Lestrange, the Death Eater. More insane than ever. I lost my sister that day. Narcissa quieted down only to reveal a slight smile a moment later. But when I was suffering under my former husband, it was Bella who attempted to help me. She was the last person I expected to lift a finger for me. Bella knew she will be punished for it and her request won't even faze her master, but she nevertheless begged him for my sake. Narcissa said. I owe her. That's why I want to know. Harry leaned back into his chair and pondered what could be done, shooting blanks. Cissa, the only thing we could probably do is to break her out of Azkaban. No legal way exists for a murderer of her caliber. And even then, it would be imperative to somehow make her actually stop adoring her Lord Voldemort and listen to us. Yes. Narcissa looked defeated at being told the truth she already knew. She closed her eyes and when she opened them again, a very scary but unshakable resolve appeared in them. Harry started to get a really bad premonition due to her gaze though. I want to break my sister out of Azkaban, my lord. Will you allow it? Harry almost groaned but then shrugged. Make sure you won't get caught and don't forget about her fanatical faith in Voldemort if you want to deal with her. Other than that, do whatever. Narcissa's face lit up like a sun. Do not worry, it might just take me years to get her out of the prison and see the light, but I have a plan for that. Her face split in a menacing grin and Harry started to feel a little pity for Bellatrix. May she rest in peace. So, empath. He lamely changed the topic, getting spooked by the conviction in Narcissa's eyes. Apparently the question was a good one because her expression softened and her tone became happier. Yes. You are now the only person who knows that about me. Even Dark Lord wasn't able to glean it from my mind, no matter how many times he used legilimency on me, and I never boasted. Poor idiot never got it into his thick skull to just give me the order to outright tell him all my abilities. She showed a ridiculing sneer. He instead thought his legilimency would reveal everything about his followers to him. Is your occlumency really so good? Harry asked and a spark of hope ignited in his eyes. Narcissa questioningly arched her eyebrow at him. Well, I am gifted in mind arts, but even I could not block the Dark Lord's legilimency at that time. Was not allowed to practice, you see. She stated, and as she saw Harry's expression sinking, Her lips curled into a mischievous smirk. But I could redirect it and lead it through unimportant memories without him knowing I am doing it. Harry beamed at her. Almost as if he teleported, he got in front of her, took her hand in his, and stared at her hopefully. "Will you teach me?" he asked. "Rowena is such a bad tea." Caw. Rowena gave her protests painfully obvious when her beak ended poking the side of Harry's head. "What? You know it. Your method is way too painful." Harry protested and glared at Rowena. Narcissa, amused at their antics, shrugged in exasperation. "Sure. Why though?" "Two reasons. Dumbledore and Snape," Harry told her as he tried to appease his familiar with head rubs. "Oh. Makes sense." She raised her wand in front of his head and a smile that promised a lot of pain bloomed on her face, and Harry suddenly wished he didn't ask. "Now, show me your shields, my lord," Narcissa goaded. "Legilimens." Before he could protest, Harry's head exploded in pain far worse than what he felt with Rowena. Comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 40, ch 40. Occlumency training. The next few days were a blur for Hadrian. He experienced untold pains at Narcissa's wand and her brutal legilimency probes. She was so ferocious, even Hadrian wondered why the contract didn't lash out against her. The more and deeper she pushed, the more he felt as if his head was about to explode. The only thing his mind was capable of focusing on through the horrendous pains was her gentle voice, leading him, softly coaxing him what to do. Telling him how to defend against her, to focus while she pushed deeper, uncaring about his memories, causing painful havoc without doing any damage to his mind. But it worked. Miraculously at that. He couldn't begrudge her that. Her instructions and wand in front of face method made Hadrian learn in minutes what he was unable to do in days through studying books or clearing his mind. After a day spent sweating in pain in the chair as Narcissa's hardened eyes peered directly into his and a stream of blood flowed down her chin as she bit through her lower lip, Narcissa made it her twisted responsibility to let him know exactly how much her heart wept from seeing him in all the pain she caused him. As well as she made sure to send her hardened determination of continuing until he forms his shields through her probe directly to his mind. His shields now could mitigate her probe. Somewhat. She was not so unrestrained anymore at least. But even if his shields, albeit shakily but nevertheless stood strong against her gentler probes, he was still unable to do anything about sneaky and subtle or her real probes. He wasn't even able to detect the subtle ones. She could still read him like an open book anytime she desired, and with extreme smugness made sure he knew it. Hadrian decided he did not like the smirk Narcissa gave him when he asked about it and was informed he is ready for the second phase of his occlumency training. Not in the slightest. Do we really have to do it this way? Hadrian groaned as Narcissa gave him a rare break from the subtle legilimency probe. Instead, she focused on rocking her back and forth more savagely on the crotch of his 20-year-old body. Her expression made it obvious that despite stifling her moans, she is highly amused by his ecstatic expression contradicting the question. Yes, dear husband, we do. She softly pecked him on his lips. There are but, two supreme distractions. She leaned closer, pushing her chest deeper into his as her mouth reached his ear. For a moment her tongue gave a tempting lick, but with a soft squeeze to her hips, Narcissa recollected herself and continued her lecture while sending her warm breath to his ear. Pleasure and pain. Only those two, dear. Hadrian started pushing her hips down with more force. This is weird. Aging potions, I mean. He moaned into her neck and continued in a sensual whisper. In my original age I do not have any sexual urges whatsoever, but the second I grow up I am all over you, sissy. He pinched her, letting her face pull away from his ear. With a cheeky smile, he put his forehead to hers and trusted his hips upwards. Say, do you actually add something vile into these potions? No. It's more magic. Narcissa gasped at the sudden jolt of pleasure that rang through her spine. She was dazed but started to apply her occlumency, regaining her cool, indifferent expression even though Hadrian could feel the tremors her body sent through him as she bounced up and down on his shaft. The potion ages you through magic. That means the magic flares, and well, we do have a contract between us. Magic is making us physically attracted to each other. Without occlumency you won't be able to resist me. She gave him a controlled saucy wink, beautifully contrasting with her flushed cheeks. It was her hands that revealed her body was not as controlled as her mind was. Their tightening their grip on Hadrian's sides was almost needy. Hadrian resisted the urge to roll his eyes at her simplistic explanation and reasoned it will have something with the contract affecting her pheromones and his hormones once they are of a certain age. Pheromones? Narcissa asked, tilting her head in confusion, making Hadrian groan and blink. Again reading my thoughts? He asked, exasperated. Well, you should pay attention, then. We are not having sex to enjoy ourselves, Hadrian. Narcissa admonished, but it was too clear to Hadrian that she is having a blast of a lifetime. Her megawatt grin made sure of that. But his breath hitched and his eyes glazed over. All his senses could pick up were her fingers carefully sliding through his back, softly yet sensually scratching their way down. Her stiff nipples and soft breasts pressing to his chest. Her warm body, comforting him, hugging him softly but firmly, melting him inside of herself. Her long, pale locks tickling him as they fleetingly caressed his body. Her warmly cold oceanic blue eyes gazing directly into his emeralds with fondness. Every time he was about to come, Narcissa overstimulated his body, making his mind reeling from the pleasure. As his shields were barely withstanding the carnal pleasure, she brutally smashed her probe into them, more often than not completely disintegrating them, making his body spasm in orgasmic high while his mind exploded in blinding pain. Needless to say, Hadrian learned fast. He now knew how to keep his shields up no matter what. Narcissa still could destroy them with her full force, but any average legilimens had no chance to breach them. The problem was the subtle probes of hers. Narcissa was very thorough. Hadrian was sure he would be able to show Dumbledore fake thoughts and even do the trick with probe redirecting if the old coot decided to push deeper. But Narcissa wanted more. She demanded more. She expected him to resist her method. Her incredibly advanced and nimble eye-to-eye subtle legilimency. The method that makes use of her empathy. The method that allows her to completely bypass the occlumency shields by going through the emotional holes in them, as she put it. She can weasel her way to the mind so quickly and discreetly. Hadrian had a lot of problems just discovering her probes at first. But he learned. As his body reeled from the pleasure and mind was distracted by the odd mix of the overpowering feeling of protectiveness Narcissa projected, ecstatic pleasure her body gave him, and explosive pain he knew she deeply regretted inflicting upon him, Hadrian learned. And his mind came more focused, firmer out of it. Hadrian's occlumency barely held through sheer will and practice Narcissa pushed him through for the last 3 days in the bed. Without the short irregular breaks for food, loo, and short sleep, he would be a completely unthinking, writhing mess of pleasure. Another jolt of hot pleasure flared through in his mind. His mind trembled in pleasure as he desperately tried to manipulate Narcissa's subtle probe and lead her through his most unpleasant memories again and again in order to deter her. Narcissa's probe, just like Hadrian's shields, was also trembling in delight and jolts of ecstasy but held strong and steadfast, determinedly pushing, weaving through his defenses, completely bypassing them as if they didn't even prove an obstacle. The more he saw her peeking at his mind while not being the least bothered by his defenses, the more exasperated Hadrian became. But he managed. Her probe did not get to the designated memory they set up as Narcissa's goal. Not for hours now. Hadrian could feel Narcissa's body speeding up as it heated up. He could feel himself about to give in to her hot insides as his unstoppable release approached. He started ramming his rod to her with more passion, pushing his lips deeper into hers, and starting a battle with her lithe yet nimble tongue. His eyes steeled themselves, knowing what will come next. As his last thrust released and filled Narcissa's folds with fiery hot cum, her body spasmed, pressing itself tighter to Hadrian's, both trembling in post-orgasmic bliss, hugging each other. Hadrian could feel the hardwood of her wand, pressing into his back and knew what would shortly come. A ruthless legilimency attack left Narcissa's eyes and slammed into Hadrian's occlumency shields with the force of a sledgehammer. He felt as if an elephant trampled him and his hands dug deeper into Narcissa's soft flesh, pushing her body and face closer to him on sheer instinct. Narcissa, not breaking the eye contact, viciously rammed her probe into his shields again and again with such a determination, she unknowingly started pressing her forehead to his just to lessen the distance between their eyes. Their noses, next to each other, dug into their cheeks as their tongues didn't break their connection. Hadrian was reforming his shields with ferocious abandon while resisting just curling up and cuddling the gorgeous woman in his arms. The woman who brought him such joy and made his body feel as if floating in the clouds. The woman who was currently haphazardly tearing through his mental shields but whose firm hug encouraged him to resist her. A minute later, suddenly both Hadrian and Narcissa, panting from the exertion of sex and mind magic, lurched backward, their hips disconnecting, sending globs of cum onto the sheets, as they both flopped on the soft bed. Their chest heaving up and down in labored breaths, both tried to center themselves and calm down their racing hearts. Narcissa's face bloomed in an angelic, proud smile as she inclined her head to the side to look at Hadrian. She tiredly shuffled her body, slowly weaseling her way into his embrace. Her cheek tightly pressed itself onto his chest as their feet entangled themselves. Only now she realized the height difference between her and his adult body. Narcissa was pleased to be engulfed in the body of her dear man. The way he gently held onto her small frame, making their bodies melt into each other, even though he barely managed to keep his eyes open due to his exhaustion, made her filled with happiness and hardened her resolve even more. She belongs to him, to Hadrian, to the man who spent the last 3 days inside of her, to the man in whose mind she spent the last 3 days, to the man she was starting to genuinely fall in love with. Her smile grew wider as she caringly caressed his back and softly, affectionately whispered to him. "You withstood my probe at half of its strength. I am so proud of you, dear." Comment. 38 comments. Vote. Chapter 41, ch 41. Rune Protection and Weapon. Hadrian sat in the black library with his head leaning back and his mouth wide open as Narcissa's wand, slightly glowing, pointed at the inner upper part of his mouth, almost entering it. Hadrian let out of his throat, and Narcissa barely understood the meaning due to his questioning, uncomfortable gaze. "No, Hadrian, for the 10th time, I am not done yet," she quipped in annoyance as she leaned closer to have a better view of his inner mouth and firmly gripped his chin. "Tsk." Narcissa poured more magic into her wand and felt her focus waver. Hadrian clutched the armrest as he felt his mouth burn. She blinked and gave him an apologetic look without really meaning it anymore, since it happened quite a lot in the previous hour. "Sorry, dear." "AAA." He responded in discontent. Yes. I will try to speed it up a little." Narcissa rolled her eyes, amused at his antics, and proceeded to feed her wand magic at the exact same pace. She was simultaneously administering anesthetic magic, carving a rune, and instantly healing the burned spot at once. The focus required was tremendous, therefore, Narcissa had to be careful, but still sometimes slipped. In those instances, poor Hadrian felt every bit of having a rune carved in the upper part, inside of his mouth. Hadrian tried to relax yet again as the pain receded. He was quite annoyed at Narcissa's nonchalant tone and almost started regretting letting her persuade him into doing this. No matter the benefits, he just lost a lot of his manly pride. "Aaaaaaa!" He shrieked again, trying to not move as his mouth when he felt as if acid was spilled there. He started to feel the coppery taste in his mouth as blood filled it. Right there. That was when he lost most of his pride. See? Narcissa didn't even acknowledge him this time and just healed the damaged part as if nothing happened. Yet, her eyes literally danced in mirth at his panic. "Do not worry," she cooed. "I did this to Draco too." Her smirk got positively menacing, and Hadrian got a sudden overpowering urge to feel enormous pity for poor young Draco. "I must say, you are doing quite fine. Overall, there is a lot less blood and whining," Narcissa flippantly quipped. "I really do not know how that boy will survive serving the Dark Lord when he can't even withstand having a rune burned into the insides of his mouth. Crucio will destroy him." Hadrian really thanked Narcissa for teaching him to veil his thoughts, because just now some very colorful curses about her sprang to his mind. "And done." Narcissa smugly put her wand to her holster and her eyes flashed mischievously. Hadrian, relieved he survived the experience, took a relieving breath. Obviously, appearing worried was not a good idea at the moment, as Narcissa engulfed him in a playful, comforting hug. "Who is my brave little boy?" She mockingly and exaggeratedly shook his small 11-year-old form from side to side, only stopping when she felt him getting more and more annoyed. "Oh." She pinched his cheek playfully. "Yes, you are," and cooed in a childish voice, receiving a stink eye from Hadrian, making her barely contain her laughter. "Do not worry, let me kiss the boo." Smirk momentarily appeared on her face, and before Hadrian could give her a piece of his mind, she pressed her soft lips to his in a sloppy kiss. "Well, that is disgusting, sister dearest," suddenly sounded from behind them, and Narcissa quickly jumped away from Hadrian as if she was just caught doing something wrong. "I would never think my prim and proper sister is the naughty sort." Andromeda teased, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of disgust. Narcissa speechlessly looked at Andromeda and turned to Hadrian for help, but then understood. She just pushed her tongue deep into the mouth of an 11-year-old boy. "You." She scowled in a hint of self-disgust as her complexion turned a little green. "I was so focused on the rune I forgot he is not under aging potion." Hadrian, highly annoyed by the Black Sisters, just crossed his arms. "Rune?" Andromeda asked. "Yup." Narcissa pounced at the opportunity to change the topic. I was carving a mental interference rune into Hadrian's mouth. Andromeda looked at Narcissa, her eyes showing not an ounce of understanding. It will prevent him from being affected by mind-altering potions or food. Good enough to even stop amortensia if the the user is good enough or clumens. You know, the one father carved to each of us. She told her, irked at having to explain it to Andromeda, who should know about it already. Oh. Andromeda intelligently replied with a grimace as she remembered the painful experience, but quickly turned to Hadrian with an apologetic gaze. Anyway, sorry my lord, Narcissa, I have to cancel the invitation to the diner and request clearing my schedule for the following days. My Nymphadora returned from her vacation with the Weasley boy and is bawling her eyes out. The prick bluntly told her the dragons are more important to him after having what he called a goodbye sex without actually telling her it is goodbye sex. She said, positively murderous. Oh. Sure, no problem. Do comfort her. If. Hadrian responded. No problem. Narcissa interrupted, nodding, and beaming happily. We can use the aging potion we prepared for the diner in more productive way. She winked at Hadrian and Andromeda rolled her eyes. Hadrian decided to quickly change the topic. So, Andy, did you get what I asked for? He asked her, eyeing the briefcase in her left hand with great anticipation. Both women smiled at his childish joy and Andromeda nodded. I tried to contact that Mr. Smith you told me about, but... She awkwardly trailed off and the joy in Hadrian instantly died. Go on. He ordered, having a bad premonition. He was arrested. Trying to use a lot of banknotes with the exact same serial number, they said. Andromeda rolled her eyes as Hadrian's world shattered. I fucked up. He mumbled lifelessly as he sat in the chair, completely ignoring both women. Narcissa took the opportunity of his distraught state and quickly sent a legilimency probe. It didn't take long for her charming melodious laughter to fill the room. She walked around Hadrian and as she was facing his back, she leaned forward, squishing her breast on his back, reddening his cheeks from shame at his failure more than anything else. Her highly amused voice rang straight into his ear in a playful mocking tone. Do not worry, dear. I will take care of setting up a business in the Muggle world for you. You do not need an incompetent thug to do it. What actually made you do something so idiotic? She yet again released another round of laughter, making Hadrian's cheeks go even redder. Whatever. He pouted and gestured for Andromeda to put the briefcase on the table. Well, here you are. She opened it, revealing a handgun. Seeing it, Narcissa scowled. Why do you need one of those Muggle guns, Hadrian? She admonished harshly, flinching at the cold glare she received back. Firstly, it is called gun. Not gun. Secondly, let me show you, sissy. Hadrian told her as he reached for the gun. Cast 3 shielding charms one after the other, would you? He ordered her and pointed at a wall. Narcissa still didn't understand why her husband needed such an inferior tool, but she received a direct order. With a meek subdued nod, she waved her wand in the direction of the wall, casting 3 strong protego charms. Hadrian nodded in satisfaction and took aim directly into the middle of the first protego charm. He fired, making Narcissa flinch back due to the sudden noise. The bullet flew towards the first shield, completely shattering it. The second didn't fare any better as it was disintegrated on the impact just as easily. It was the third that finally had a slight effect. It redirected the bullet, slowed by the two previous shields, slightly to the right before the bullet impacted the wall and harmlessly bounced away from it. The wards completely mitigated the impact. Narcissa looked at the spectacle, completely shocked. She understood well what this gun would mean for a wizard in a fight. This gun was completely different than those her grandparents told her they encountered during the war against Grindelwald. Even Andromeda and Hadrian were quite surprised the bullet went through all three shielding charms, revealing a wry smile. Both clearly disturbed at the fact. How? Narcissa uttered as her head swirled in thoughts, her teachings about Muggle inferiority deeply challenged. Hadrian tapped her arm in reassurance and smiled at her when she suddenly gained that determined look he didn't like in the slightest. She cast another Protego charm in front of the wall and nibbled her lips as she pondered. Both Andromeda and Hadrian let her, patiently waiting for what she would do. After 10 minutes, Narcissa finally smiled and created another Protego charm next to it. "Try now," she proudly exclaimed, and Hadrian obliged. He shot at the newly made shielding charm and instantly a surprised expression appeared on his face. The bullet impacted the shield, both started fighting for dominance. The bullet was rotating at incredibly high speed, trying to drill its way through the charm as the shielding charm pulsed with magic. Narcissa's smug expression fell, however, when the charm, after a 3-second-long tug-war, shattered and the bullet harmlessly flopped to the ground. Yes, the shielding charm stopped the bullet. No, it was not a viable opinion in a fight. Narcissa was pissed. "What did you change?" Hadrian curiously asked Narcissa. "Well, you know, there are shielding spells that are made to shield against transfigured mass hurled at the user. A variant of these was mostly used against, what were they called again?" Narcissa pouted. "Tunks." "Tonks." No, that is Andromeda's husband." She pondered. "Tanks," Hadrian quipped, getting a grateful look from Narcissa. "Ah, yes. These shielding spells are not readily taught. Not since Dumbledore got rid of them from the Hogwarts curriculum after he became the headmaster. But they have enough strength to stop the fire from these tanks. Even if they take a lot of magic." Narcissa nodded, mostly to herself, but her knowledge astonished Hadrian. To be honest, looking at the gun, these tanks became better too. "Right?" She gave a questioning look at Andromeda, who just sadly nodded. "A lot better, sister. I doubt these shielding spells will be able to stop a modern tank. And if they can, then not more than a couple of times before being breached." A groan ripped itself from Narcissa's mouth as she again started to go through everything she knew in her head. "So, how did you enhance the Protego charm?" Hadrian asked again, pulling Narcissa from her reverie. "Ah. Yes. I just tried redistributing the power all over the shield." She frowned. "Apparently it didn't work." Hadrian looked at her as a proverbial light bulb appeared above his head. He just realized he has a genius as a wife. Seeing a gun for the first time and already modifying a quite useless spell into a lot less useless defensive means. She basically described the redistribution of kinetic force on the shield to make it more durable without even reading a book about physics. "Andy, buy books explaining science and give them to Narcissa," Hadrian said, and before Narcissa could protest he continued. "She will learn mostly physics and chemistry. If her interest is piqued, then you can get her books on other Muggle subjects. And no, sissy, that is an order." He turned to Narcissa, who couldn't decide if her gaze should be scathing or grateful. her affection towards her husband fighting her upbringing. "Sissy, you will get a hell of a lot better at runes and magic due to the knowledge," Hadrian softly commented with a gentle smile, and gratefulness momentarily won in Narcissa's mind as she hugged him from the behind. Now Hadrian's expression turned gleeful and his gentle smile morphed into a menacing grin as his eyes flashed in a vicious light. Andromeda squeaked something close to "oh, shit" as she decided to promptly retreat from the room. "I want you, Narcissa, to carve various runes onto the handgun. Let's make it a magical weapon, shall we?" Comment. 45 comments. Vote. Chapter 42, ch 42. Muggles here, muggles there, muggles everywhere. Narcissa leaned closer to Hadrian, kissing his forehead. "Are you ready? Do you have everything?" she sadly asked. "I still say, these," she sniffed in disgust. Clothes you wear are very bad." Hadrian looked over the clothes he inherited after Dudley grew out of them. "Yes, and yes," he quipped. "And anyway, I gotta keep up the appearances, don't I? They expect a shy orphan. Not me." He smirked derisively. He was ready for Hogwarts. Occlumency capable enough to shrug off passive probes. His core properly bound enough to not appear extraordinary. And the ability to unlock his core whenever he wanted. And wasn't that the kicker of the month? After Narcissa used the core block key ritual and made Hadrian the block and the key at the same time, his permanent block suddenly became controllable. He could not unseal it still. But he could unlock up to 99% of his core without problems and block it up to almost 100% too. He could now turn from wizard to squib and back with the snap of his finger. Oh, the joys he could get thanks to that ability. He never expected the ritual would have such a side effect. Alas, he was completely sincere when he proclaimed his eternal thanks to Dumbledore. Without him, such an overpowered ability would not be possible. Especially since most magical detection wards do not really work properly on squibs due to insufficient amounts of magic. A custom-made trunk, shrunken and hanging on his neck on a silver, unbreakable chain with an anti-theft charm and a light lightning zap spell if somebody got clever, trying to rip it off his neck. The trunk was a masterpiece. The insides were astonishing but had only 2 compartments. The first contained everything from clothes to potion ingredients needed for school. The second was the size of a quite spacious flat. It had a bathroom, potion lab, bedroom, and a fully stocked kitchen. Anytime he wanted, he could pull things from the first compartment out of thin air while being in the second. The trunk had also anti-theft, slightly offensive defense charms, and was locked by a magical signature with a curiously complicated self-locking function activated every time anyone but the owner touches the trunk. To unlock it then would require blood, magic, and a verbal password. Attempt to get inside by force activates the more hidden wards on the trunk. While kids are safe since the spells they could muster are on the level of Alohomora, not much would be left of someone experienced who really tried to force his way with powerful spells. These actually contain the magic, charge an offensive spell with it and fire it back at the thief. Okay, dear. Stay safe and have fun. Do not worry, I will take care of anything family and business related while you are gone. Narcissa told him, but contrary to her words her hand tightly gripped his arm, refusing to let go. Sissy. Hadrian gave her a wry smile and she, with quite a difficulty, let his arm go. I know you barely over a week but I already know I will miss you. She warmly told him. I will miss you too, Sissy. Hadrian returned her warm smile, earning a quick peck on the lips. Well, time to go. See you during the Christmas break. He waved his wife goodbye and entered the flue to the train station. As he entered, the first thing he had to do was sidestep a grumpy idiot who almost rammed into him. Looking around for the first time, he saw Hogwarts Express. It was underwhelming. Old train. Big deal. Hadrian really didn't understand wizards. They get excited about riding that monstrosity for hours even though they could be in Hogwarts in a blink of an eye. The only reason being, it is a tradition. He shook his head in exasperation. If anything, the magical system enables the train to use pure magic to propel itself. Now that is interesting. Albeit, Hadrian was sure the train had to be recharged on a magical ley line for at least a week to make the trip to and from Hogwarts. His special magic perception didn't let him ignore that sad little tidbit. As he looked around, he saw many families. Some familiar, others not so much. He also saw a few lone adults, sneaking glances around. Arras. Well, figures the kids would be protected. He was about to head towards the train in order to board it when he saw a guy flash through what seemed to be a brick wall and his eyes flashed, a plan forming in his mind. With a creepy smile, he approached the wall. Outside the wall, Hadrian waited and waited some more, and it was getting quite boring when his target finally appeared. A squabble of carrot-headed children led by a chubby woman yelling about muggles. He grinned. He waited until the red-headed family entered and then followed them 2 minutes later, hightailing it to the closest era. Hadrian did not know if the yelling was staged to meet him. To him, it did not seem that way. The family was in quite a hurry, to be fair. Nevertheless, he did not care. But he knew who did. Dumbledore. Weasleys were the foremost ally of Dumbledore. If, let's say, Weasley matriarch, somehow, unknowingly, gets into trouble for an attempt at breaking the statute of secrecy, who would have to act in order to preserve his allies, saving his reputation as a kind and caring grandfatherly figure? A proper leader of the light would not let his allies suffer. It is just not done. If he did, his allies might notice and start to distance themselves. If he did not, well, his political rivals would eat him alive. Hadrian was delighted at the opportunity he was about to present to his sissy. For a second he even pitied the old twinkles, shuddering at what Narcissa would do if Dumbledore tried to use his political clout to get Weasley Big Mama out of trouble. Especially since his position as a chief warlock is hanging by a thread. Happy thoughts. Hadrian came directly in front of the Era, who looked at him with confusion. "Excuse me, sir. I am Muggleborn and I'd like to ask a question." Hadrian made sure to appear curious but out of the place. Well, his baggy, poor attire certainly helped a lot. His lack of glasses and scar covered by his hair did its fair share too. "Yes." The taller gruffly replied with a sound dismissal. "I read that breaking the statute of secrecy is a serious criminal act, is it true?" Hadrian gave him a puzzled look as if he did not understand something fundamental, ignoring his uncaring attitude. His question made the Era fully focus on the boy in front of him and furrow his eyebrows. The boy was asking something quite interesting for someone his age. "Well, yes. We wizards see the statute very seriously." "Why do you ask, boy?" Hadrian stifled the urge to give the guy an annoyed eye roll and hexing him for calling him a boy. Instead, he pointed at Mrs. Weasley, who was currently yelling at George and Fred as they were loading their trunks onto the train. "When I came to the train station, I saw that woman loudly yelling about muggles on the muggle side of the station. That's why I got puzzled. Thanks for clearing it up for me. Hadrian exclaimed and was about to leave with a happy skip in his step. In reality, however, he was watching the Auror from the corner of his eye, curious how he would act. Stop. As expected, the Auror quickly stopped Hadrian. Could you give me the memory, boy? Hadrian's eye twitched at being called a boy, but he nodded nevertheless. How? He tilted his head and looked to the ground. Ah, never mind, I will extract it myself. Just think about that moment, okay? The Auror tried to smile reassuringly and extracted the memory into a special vial in a jiffy. What a convenience that Hadrian was quite good at occlumency and could delete all those unwanted tidbits, indicating he actually planned to point out Mrs. Weasley. Do you always carry these vials with you? Hadrian innocently asked. Yes, boy, we do. It is a part of our mandatory equipment. The Aurora explained impatiently. Now, I gotta have a swift talk with Mrs. Weasley. Can you get onto the train without help? A prompt nod from Hadrian later, and the Auror was on his merry way towards a chubby yell-happy housewife. Poor guy. Hadrian entered the train, found an empty compartment, and enjoyed the show outside. Mrs. Weasley yelled at the entirety of the station, red as a tomato. Pure-blood parents watched her in contempt and disgust. The Light families associated with the Weasleys ashamed, trying to keep their distance. Auror's coming closer to the situation. And the Auror with the memory annoyed, barely seconds away from grabbing her by her hair and marching her to the DMLE. Unfortunately, the train started to move and Hadrian missed the arrest of one overgrown weasel. Oh, what a misfortune. Maybe next time. Comment. 58 comments. Vote. Chapter 43, ch 43. I know who. Hadrian quietly sat in his compartment, reading the first-year charm book, when suddenly his door flew open and a girl walked inside. Her glistered face was strained by tears as she sat down with a huff. Hadrian suddenly felt a deep regret not learning silencing, notice me not, and locking charms from Narcissa. Only when he shuffled his legs did the girl realize the compartment was not as empty as she hoped, and her eyes bulged out in unveiled surprise. She lowered her head, deeply ashamed. Sorry. She was about to stand up and storm out of the compartment when her blonde hair went pastel red and Hadrian realized exactly who was just sitting in front of him. Nymphadora Tonks. Someone belonging to his family. Someone he had a responsibility to protect. Stay. He told her with a silent sigh when she grabbed the side of the door. There are enough seats for two here. With a barely visible nod, she sat down, trying to wipe her tears. So, a firstie, right? She asked, giving Hadrian what could be said to be a poor attempt at a cheery grin. It came out kinda broken though, and that's not counting her tear-stained face. Before answering, Hadrian reluctantly called his family magic out, marking everything that happens in the compartment a family secret. Nymphadora was still able to talk about it. The family magic would just make it so she won't have any urge nor need to reveal anything to even her closest friends. Yup, so. What got you so sad? He asked firmly, subtly applying a bit of black family magic to his voice. When she heard his firm, ordering question, it was as if a dam broke. Nymphadora started openly sobbing yet again, trying to stop as she brokenly told him the story. As Andromeda hinted, little Nymphie was delighted to sleep with her boyfriend, Charlie Weasley, at the end of their summer vacation. She did her damnedest so the prick enjoyed himself. She even changed her appearance to what he wanted. It was only after they both laid on the bed in post-coital bliss that he sprung the entire spiel on her. How he was sorry for dumping her but it just would not work. How he adores dragons too much. How he got a spot in Romania. Yada, yada, yada. Well, Hadrian could see why Nymphadora cried rivers right now. Her rebellious side is but a mask. She is, in fact, a very fragile girl with everyone making fun of her due to either her name or her ability. He realized he is witnessing the verge of a very big life-changing decision of Nymphadora. This must be when she decided to be strong and started to pursue her career as an era. Andromeda always claimed her daughter will become the best potion mistress in Britain, no matter how Snape tries to hinder her. Hadrian resisted the urge to roll his eyes in annoyance. He stood up and patted the seventh-year girl on her head. If she decides to be Era, that's her decision. But emotional support, he will provide nevertheless. It will be fine. One idiot should not make you feel so down. Hadrian started to caringly wipe her tears with his sleeve. You will meet a fair share of those just yet. Do not get all teary because of them. They will come and go. Nymphadora's face bloomed into a genuine smile at his attempt to cheer her up and giggled at his exasperated eye roll. This barely 11-year-old boy was giving her a piece of life advice. Her pride felt a bit insulted but her heart felt warm and oddly giddy. Thank you for trying to cheer me up, she said, her voice happy. Oh, I am Tonks, by the way. She beamed and reached her hand out to Hadrian, who took it and smirked. Is that your first or last name? Tonks. Tonks promptly showed a difficult expression. Nymphadora Tonks. She whispered and cutely pouted. Hadrian's eyes sparkled in amusement as his smirk grew. Sure thing, Dora. Dora's expression lit up at not being called by her first name, granting Hadrian an appreciative grin. So, what is your name? She started her question when the door forcefully flew open. A ginger-haired boy with dirt on his nose and scruffy robes stood in the middle of them, inquisitively looking around the compartment. Dora was about to scowl and give the boy a piece of her mind but stopped herself abruptly. Was she really about to curse at a firstie? Her eyes grew horrified. She was. Her mind flashed through various reasons for it in a slip of a second when her eyes landed on the raven-haired boy sitting opposite her. It was because he didn't make fun of her either due to her name nor due to her hair changing color. She felt oddly okay and comfortable in his presence, and now someone interrupted her time with him. She looked properly at the boy in the door and froze. Ginger hair, poor-looking second-hand robes, and dirt on his nose. Weasley. Dora's eyes narrowed and she saw red. Still angry at Charlie, she was about to vent her anger on the small ginger in front of her when Hadrian's hand patted her knee, stopping her short. Looking into his eyes, she saw a amused glint with a hint of danger as he winked at her, earning himself a curious but grateful look. Hello. Hadrian greeted Weasley. Hi. The boy said and flopped next to Dora, who quickly changed her seat to sit next to Hadrian. I am Ron Weasley, and you? Dora. Nymphadora quipped, surprising even herself how easy it came out. She never liked any form of her name, but this would do. It sounds oddly nice. Her lips twisted into a wry grin. Hadrian, watching Dora with the corner of his eye, was pleased. Using his family magic to make her more accepting of her new nickname, letting her put to the grave some of her hate for her name was not an easy task. He instinctively knew how to use his family magic on the members of his family, but affecting acceptance was almost impossible. Anything other than giving her a comforting feeling when hearing her new nickname was far beyond his capabilities. "I am Harry Potter," Hadrian uncaringly said, making Dora's eyes go wide and Weasley's jaw hit the floor. "So it is true," then Ron exclaimed in a breathless whisper and leaned forward. "Do you have the—" He nudged his hand, not so subtly gesturing at his forehead. "The—" Hadrian raised his eyebrow. "Scar." Ron let out as if he was telling some deep secret, making Dora roll her eyes in exasperation. "Which one?" Hadrian flippantly answered, earning himself a snicker from Dora and an awkward expression from Ron. As he saw Ron again about to open his mouth, he shrugged and raised his raven locks from his forehead. "Oh, sure. Do you remember it?" Ron tactlessly asked, and Dora scowled at him, protective of Hadrian while not being sure why exactly was she feeling like that. "What?" Hadrian asked, trying to appear puzzled. "You know who?" Ron asked with barely hidden anticipation and fear in his gaze. "I know who." Hadrian's upper lip twitched in amusement. "Yes. You know who?" Ron, not getting it, again asked with a nod. "Who?" Hadrian quipped, trying to appear puzzled. Ron's expression soured and he loudly exclaimed. "The Dark Lord." "Oh, yes." Hadrian tried to appear pondering as Dora tried to sniffle her laughter. Ron's expression started to glow at Hadrian's acknowledgement. Now that just would not do, would it? "Which one?" Hadrian deadpanned and Dora let out a chuckle. "You know who?" Ron shrieked, irritated. "And I tell you, I don't know any who," Hadrian carefreely told him. Ron went cross-eyed and his face morphed into determination. "Vivo vivo vold." He stuttered until finally. "Voldemort!" he exclaimed. "Oh, him." Hadrian gave a sagely nod, making Ron happily nod along. Then Dora saw Hadrian's eyes flash yet again. "Who?" He turned to her and asked, innocently blinking, appearing genuinely baffled. Dora couldn't take it anymore and burst out in hysterical laughter reverberating through the compartment, making the Weasley's face redder than his hair when Hadrian started to chuckle along. Ron angrily stood up and ran out of the compartment, realizing he is being made fun of by the boy who lived. Comment. 49 comments. Vote. Chapter 44, ch 44. Bad Faith. As Dora finally straightened herself, her laughter dying down, she asked teasingly. "Do you really not know who?" "Of course I do not know any who. Never met anybody named who either. I also do not know if the person you know who you are talking about is the same person I think you know who is, or if you are referring to someone only you know who it is. And I do not know who you are talking about." Harry summed up with a straight face, making Dora hold her head. "Ah, you are confusing, you know that. Rotten luck then, you are stuck with me." Harry smiled at her in a good mood. "By the way, I do know who." She nudged his shoulder with a roll of her eyes. "Really now, that was not nice, was it?" Dora teased when the door to the compartment went again wide with a bang. Her expression darkened in annoyance as she whipped her head at the intruding idiot. In the middle of the door now stood a completely different boy. Pale blonde hair, grayish eyes, and noble features with pompous body language. Behind him, two oversized, fat 11-year-olds tried to appear as menacing as they could and Hadrian had to give it to them. They would probably scare any 6-year-old quite easily. He also marveled at their figures. It is needed to be said, wizards and witches have a very hard time getting far. Magic is keeping their bodies in an optimal state, after all. Auras are more often than not very fit and sporty even though they do not exercise a lot. Some kids may be slightly chubby but that goes away quickly with age. The size these two sported though, they must be quite overfed indeed. I heard there is Harry Potter in this compartment. The pale boy sneered as he looked around until his eyes fell onto Hadrian. Unfortunately, his scar was uncovered because he forgot to cover it after showing Ron. The boy reached his hand out, his expression contorting in disgust when he saw what Hadrian wore. "I am Draco Malfoy," he condescendingly said. Hadrian was sure what is currently happening. Draco wanted him to be one of his flunkies. Hence the condescending, "I am better than thou" attitude. He did not come asking for friendship. Far from it. He wanted to be in charge of the boy who lived. It kinda irritated Hadrian and made him stare at Draco a second too long. The boy, seeing Harry didn't jump at the opportunity and took his offered hand, looked around, and spotted scowling Nymphadora. "Ah, the result of the disowned disgrace of black and mudblood dirt, I see." Draco sneered at her. "Just you wait till I get the lordship over the Black family. My father said we may even let you get back into the family if your abilities prove to be enjoyable. Make sure your cunt is pleasurable enough," he exclaimed proudly, shocking everyone in the compartment bar Crabbe and Goyle who just looked as out of it as always. Hadrian was about to punch the little shit. He did not only proclaim the intention to steal his lordship but also insulted the member of his family, calling her a common whore. Alas, Draco's expression stayed his hand. The boy was just that. A boy. His expression showed he had no understanding of what he said. He just repeated what he heard his father saying. Dora was on the verge of hexing the boy, consequences be damned. Nobody insults her like that. Before she could spring onto her feet and jab her wand in Draco's direction, however, Hadrian stood up and took Draco's hand, confusing and disappointing Dora. She felt betrayed as tears started to well in her eyes. Draco, on the other hand, felt as if he owned the world. The boy who lived acknowledged his kindness and will shortly become his minion N1. Before he could relish at the thought some more, he heard Hadrian's voice. "Oh, nice to meet you, ferret." His blunt insult froze Dora and Draco in their tracks. Draco couldn't believe what he just heard and checked Hadrian's expression but could see only a welcoming smile. He was about to open his mouth to question if he heard right when his pants got suddenly down and Hadrian's expression turned into astonishment. "Hey, Mr. Malfoy. I think you should buy more fitting pants. Trying to wear the adult ones would do you no good," Hadrian commented with a regrettable undertone as he glanced at Draco's trunks with dragons printed all over them, making the already embarrassed Draco speechless. Draco quickly bent forward, trying to pull his pants up when suddenly a ripping sound filled the compartment and the eyes of Crabbe and Goyle behind Draco bulged out. Dora couldn't help herself and started to laugh into her palm at Draco's bewildered expression when he realized his trunks just split on his ass. Hadrian gave him a weak chuckle. "Mr. Malfoy, it is a show of bad faith to come knocking into the compartment and start insulting everyone. I am sure your current predicament is a righteous punishment from God," he preached, trying to sound priestly. "Fear not though, lost sheep. Unless you live your entire life under the influence of bad faith senior, you may yet gain your redemption and join the ranks of common wizards, becoming the sheep of light." Hadrian spread his hands magnanimously and firmly proclaimed, "Sever the bond of unfaithful one from you and become the light of the new generations of unthinking and useless." Become the ferret, gun you were born to be. Both Dora and Draco looked at Harry, blinking in shock. What? Draco finally asked, completely confused, still bent forward trying to get his pants up. Hadrian came closer and put his hand on his shoulder, smiling as if on a naughty child. Forgive and forget, Draco. Only through a real commitment of love and snuggles can you be freed from the clutches of the wicked ones. Mud rolls true in your blood, dear Draco. Harry's eyes peered at Draco with concern and pity. Squib bore you, and your father pure of shit lied to you. For the Dark One is approaching. Hadrian exclaimed. Fear for his arrival, young Draco. For pain is coming with him as the witless followers bully the sheep on the order of the noseless, and you, my dear ferret, are a sheep. Understand, little Draco, it is all for the greater good. Hadrian ended his speech with a pitying sigh while stopping his telekinesis affecting Draco's pants. Draco quickly pulled his pants up and ran away, partly from shame but mostly from being spooked as he shouted. Potter is balmy. His two-bookend followed him and with blank uncomprehending expressions closed the door with a thump. Hadrian, completely unconcerned, walked to his previous seat and sat down, giving Dora, who was looking at him with her jaw hanging open, a winning smile. What was that? She screamed. Oh! I pulled Luna on him. Hadrian explained as if it was obvious. Lou, what? Well, in an even simpler manner of speech he said, getting a scowl in return, I wonder, how will Malfoy appear to his political allies and friends when he comes to Hogwarts and starts loudly declaring that Potter is balmy without even confronting me first? A devious smile formed on Hadrian's face. Especially when it comes from the heir of noble house to the heir of most ancient and noble house in front of, let's say, the entirety of his class. Well, that is basically a slight on the honor of House Potter, did you know that? It would give me some political leeway in dealing with the ferret and his father, perjury, as they would say. Hadrian's smile twisted into a vicious grin and Dora shivered. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 45, ch 45. Arrival at Hogwarts. After Draco left, Dora and Hadrian continued their good-natured banter. It was a few hours later they decided to stop chatting and opened their books. Dora started reading the Newt Potion Theory while Hadrian decided to continue his charm book while trying to cast the charms. Hadrian was quite smug when he learned Alohomora and asked Dora to lock the door to the compartment. Dora, seeing his expression, narrowed her eyes in mischief and used her strongest lock on the door. Show me what you got, Harry. She playfully quipped, knowing well no Alohomora can open the lock she used. You are such an excitable puff. Hadrian rolled his eyes at her, getting a cheeky scowl in return. Alohomora. He swished his wand at the door and nothing happened. He blinked, not understanding why the spell malfunctioned, and swished his wand again, now with more force. Your wand movement is wrong. Dora delivered her jab with glee, amused at Hadrian's attempts. He knew it is not in wand movements though. His wand was useless. He was casting wandlessly no matter how he moved his wand. He closed his eyes, appearing to be pondering on the outside, but instead he focused his perception toward the door. An angry scowl marred his face as he understood he won't be able to force the door open with a simple Alohomora. Dora made it too magically strong and his Alohomora just seeped inside her magical lock, doing nothing. He turned to Dora and crossed his arms. Oops. She stuck out her tongue and took her wand when it was clear she was caught. As she prepared to unlock the door, A girl suddenly grabbed the handle and pulled, expecting the door to open. She didn't wait though and ran straight into them when they didn't open. Her head impacted the door and rebounded backward, sending the girl falling on her ass. Dora and Hadrian looked at each other and started laughing. Dora circled her wand in anti-clockwise motion, unlocking the door. That was golden. What did the door do to you, girl? She asked mirthfully. Wow, you really do know how to use your head, don't you? Hadrian quipped, chuckling some more. The girl just stood up, not knowing what to do, meekly staring at her feet in embarrassment as she rubbed her forehead. Come here. Dora warmly invited her in. Sorry. We aren't really laughing at you. We are laughing at the situation you caused. She apologetically explained. Hadrian swept the girl with his eyes. Bushy brown hair. Brown eyes. That was all that clued him on the identity of the girl. While she was definitely not bossy. Well, no one who ran headfirst into the door would act bossy, now, would they? But it was definitely Hermione Granger. Did you see a toad? A boy called Neville lost it. She asked, ordering tone seeping into her voice. Dora and Hadrian shrugged and said simultaneously. Nah. Oh, she exclaimed sadly. Okay. And she left. How underwhelming. Hadrian thought. Who the hell was that? Dora asked, miffed about the girl's swift leave. She did not even introduce herself. TSK. No manners. Just then the bushy-haired girl appeared again, flushing crimson. You should don your robes. We are almost there. She said in a full bossy mode, covering her embarrassment, but her cheeks reddened even more, and she added in a quiet tone. Hermione Granger, by the way. And disappeared again. Hadrian, amused at Dora's flushed face, just shrugged, and continued to read his book. Hadrian blanked out for the majority of the following events, focusing mostly on feeling the magic around him. When the boats sailed through the Black Lake, he could feel the mermaid city underneath, and the giant squid made him quite uneasy. But it was the Hogwarts that made the biggest impression on him so far. The amount of magic seeping from the castle was staggering. But mostly, it was the first time Hadrian saw a magical ley line up close. The earth was as if a chimney spewing highly concentrated magic to the world, and in the middle of these eruptions, Hogwarts stood. Just by being present, Hadrian could feel his core maturing slightly faster, slowly growing more efficient. It filled him with glee. As he followed Professor McGonagall to the Great Hall, he subtly swept his perception over the professors. They were nothing much. Above average adult wizards. Minerva was the fourth strongest in the staff, magic strength considered. Snape was third. His magic showed some dark magic residue, and Hadrian deeply wondered if the GIT did never discover purifying ritual. Flitwick, the half-goblin, had surprisingly a lot more magic than Snape coursing through his body. He was the strongest wizard Hadrian perceived so far, even surpassing Narcissa by a slight margin power-wise. But it was Dumbledore who almost stopped Hadrian up short. His magic was immense. Layer after layer, tightly compressed, and definitely powerful. The amounts made Hadrian grit his teeth in frustration. Dumbledore easily towered above Flitwick's magic by at least 3 times. As Hadrian's group came closer to the staff table, Hadrian ceased his perception and started to sweep the teachers with his eyes. As his eyes fell on Snape's glare, he instantly felt the Legilimency probe. He did not panic though. The probe was a child's play compared to what Narcissa was capable of. Hadrian felt the probe was shallow and will only reveal his thoughts, so with barely veiled urge to smirk, he let the probe in while busying himself thinking. Why is the crook-nosed man looking at me like that? Is he one of these feeder-feels my aunt warned me about? Does he like children? He looks like a bat. He is a teacher, of course, he must like children. I don't feel safe being taught by someone who looks at me so heatedly. Mister, I am not tasty. The more thoughts Hadrian fed to the probe with a completely innocent expression, the more Snape's face contorted until it was in a full-blown scowl, sneer, and snarl joined together in a weird mix as he was fuming so much, it was a wonder he did not release foam from his mouth. Hadrian's gaze left Snape and continued its path through the teachers. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes stopped him short. They really did tempt people to look into it. And as with Snape, he instantly felt a probe. This time a much stronger and deeper one. He yet again started feeding it the thoughts. Is that weird old man also a child lover as the greaser-haired man? As Hadrian saw Dumbledore's smile to widen, he continued that train of thought, projecting feeling danger. I bet he will offer me candy and try to kidnap me. Dumbledore's eyes bulged slightly as he frowned in alarm, but Hadrian cut the probe by diverting his eyes, looking at his feet, trying to appear shy and meek. Comment. 55 comments. Vote. Chapter 46, ch 46. Sorting. I started a new story, in Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Do check it out if you are interested. McGonagall took a parchment with names and started calling the kids to the sorting hat. Everything proceeded as in canon, and Hadrian was quite bored as he shuffled his feet, nervously clenched his fists and looked all around the castle, feigning astonishment. It was hard to keep the facade, but Dumbledore's gaze was on him full time and he had no choice. Harry Potter! McGonagall called out, quieting the entire Great Hall for a moment. The silence quickly passed as the kids started whispering around, trying to take a good look at their resident childhood hero. Hadrian restlessly approached the stool, his head lowered, meekly looking at the floor. The hat was dropped onto his head and he could feel its magic invading his mind, not differently than Narcissa's probe. Hey, lad, do not try to lead me astray. He heard the hat in his mind, chuckling amusedly as he tried to do what Narcissa taught him. Sorry, it was instinct. Hadrian mentally shrugged. Liar. The hat rebuked. Now, since you are already aware, I can tell you that Mr. Twinkledidoo, good nickname, by the way, wants you badly in Gryffindor. And where do you want me, Mr. Hat? Hadrian innocently asked. Oh, kid, we both know you know how this works. The hat mentally rolled its eyes at him. Indeed, Mr. Hat, but be a good artifact and tell me your assessment of me, will you? An exasperated sigh resounded in his mind as the hat annoyedly grumbled about snotty brats and whatnot. You are no Hufflepuff. That's for sure. Yes, you can be loyal, but you are too reclusive to be a part of the Badger's Den. You wouldn't try to protect those you care about, instead, you would prefer teaching them how to protect themselves. While admirable quality, it just doesn't fit the Puffs, who would rather be the ones getting hit for their comrades than let them learn a valuable lesson. You can be rather cold too, and you also hate the simple-minded going with the flow kind of thinking that is so prevalent in Puffs. You are also no budding Dark Lord in need of a friend or cheering up. So, no, Hufflepuff is out at all counts. As for Gryffindor, yes, your view of the house is rather negative. Wow, rash, stupid, loud, hypocritical. Well, Sorlaser would praise you for your accurate assessment, I am sure. Anyway, that house is out due to the simple reason you vehemently refuse to be part of Lions. I cannot place you somewhere you do not want to be. A pity really. I would place you there just for laughs if nothing else. Sigh, so many students would be in different colors if only I could do so. Ravenclaw, yes. You would fit in there. Albeit that's mostly due to your wonder of magic and liking to skulk around the dark corners of the library rather than spending time with other kids. Oh, you have a pet raven you called Rowena. Definitely a fit for Ravenclaw. Rowena would be proud of your vanity. Slytherin. I would just chuck you there and be done with it, Mr. Potter. You are Lord Slytherin, after all. And yes, Hogwarts recognizes your claim. You have the blood of Godric Gryffindor in your veins while having the lordship over the Slytherin line. Through magic, I can feel your wife being at least partially related to Rowena. And while Hogwarts cannot discern the depth or strength of the lineage of your wife, your family is due to it related to 3 of the 4 founders. Without the lordship, it would be a moot point, but with it, you are recognized. Oh, any advantages? Hadrian asked excitedly as ideas swirled in his mind, getting a chuckle in return. No. Not really. This is a school, young Slytherin. And while the castle can be your home, founders made sure no heir of theirs is able to circumvent their wishes and claim the castle. Hogwarts will stay a school as it will be independent. You have all that Hogwarts offers at your disposal, but you won't be able to alter anything. Bummer. What good is it when I can't even sack the old man? Hadrian sullenly whined. Always happy to disappoint. Nevertheless, back to the assessment. So, Slytherin. It is full of purebloods who would not look kindly at you. As sad as the current state of House Slytherin is, I know you would be able to get them in line, but you are also not looking for gullible followers. Yet again, Dark Lord, you are not. Just a selfish bastard, really. Which would arguably fit right in with the more ambitious sort of Slytherins. You would be able to form many beneficial connections and gain powerful allies. Alas, as I said, I would just throw you there and be done with it, but we both know the choice depends on you. I want to go into. The Hat mentally gagged. I'd rather not. Hadrian tilted his head and interrupted it, peeved. And why ever not? There are too many people with the predisposition to becoming Dark Lords in that house. Are you seriously wanting me to send you there? Yes. Hadrian deadpanned as the Hat groaned in resignation. Better be. It started to grumble. Hufflepuff. The Hat exclaimed as the entirety of the Great Hall stilled. Slytherins were looking with their jaws on the floor, expecting Potter to be lion as per tradition. Ravenclaws showed mild interest, but their logical side just shrugged it off and wrote Harry Potter as somebody useless, as per prejudice. Most Gryffindors were bewildered and some were angry that their poster boy went to the house of the hard-working duffers instead of the proud lions. They also had loyalty, all right. They had it in spades. Why would Potter forsake Lion's Den for some pathetic bunch of badgers? They had no idea. There was just no logical or illogical way to understand it. They were the best and the boy who lived belonged to them. His father and mother were both lions, for goodness sake. Hufflepuffs were just glad to have a new friend in their midst, clapping loudly. Hadrian walked towards the Hufflepuff table and immediately saw Dora waving at him, beckoning him to come closer. He was quickly deposited on her lap as the other puffs gawked with wide eyes at him and Dora as they introduced themselves. Hadrian had to give it to the woman. She could really make her tights soft and comfortable. A boon of metamorph, he was sure. His mind was, however, quite confused as to why she was so friendly and showing so much affection as he distractedly returned the introductions of his new housemates. It would be still a long time until poor Hadrian understood that what Dora craved most was someone giving her recognition. He cheered her puffy self up on the train when she was at her lowest, and the friends she shared with Charlie made fun of her for being too clingy and emotional. That instant, Hadrian unknowingly gained a very loyal friend for life. She was a badger, after all. McGonagall was happy for the boy as she saw him in the lap of the resident metamorph and vowed to herself to have a long, very detailed talk with Miss Tonks. She owed it to the boy's parents. Snape sneered as he saw the insufferable brat sitting at the house of the useless and thought that it is oddly fitting. Other professors just clapped, Pomona more enthusiastically than others at gaining a new badger. Dumbledore was intently watching the boy with a calm grandfatherly smile as he internally seethed. Yes, his plan was fine. Maybe even more than fine, but there were too many disadvantages in Harry being a Hufflepuff. He won't be able to naturally bring out his rashness and selflessness now. Plus he actually might get genuinely loyal friends. What a disaster. Then the boy sat on the lap of Nymphadora and Dumbledore paled. Of all people, the little shit could choose to approach. He chose the girl with a connection to House Black. His mind instantly recoiled as he vowed to use his resources more actively now that the boy is not a Gryffindor and is out of the constant vigilance of Dumbledore's red-headed allies. It was time for Professor Snape to finally showcase his brewing skills. At that time Dumbledore had yet no idea what a clusterfuck was waiting for him after the feast. Comment. 50 comments. Vote. Chapter 47, ch 47. Badger's Den and Surprise. Hadrian followed the prefects to the basement as they showed the order of knocks needed to enter the common room. The room was incredibly cozy and poured the feelings of warmth and safety. All kinds of mysterious plants hung and in some instances even danced all around the room, bringing smiles to many first years. Hadrian also smiled. He quite liked the feel of Hufflepuff House. The friendliness and kindness. He remembered what little he remembered, what little he could remember about the house from the movies, and his heart felt at ease. He chose the right crowd for himself. He really wouldn't mind spending the next few years in such a place. His decision was proved completely right when they were given rooms. The Hufflepuffs lived in something like flats. 4 people per flat, where each flat had 4 rooms with their separate showers and bathrooms. No need to share the rooms as basements were vast and spacious. Each student managed to get his own room. Dora quickly pulled bewildered Hadrian to her flat while other puffs good-naturedly laughed at his predicament. She dropped him in a neighboring room as he blinked owlishly, not knowing how to react when she excitedly told him she would come for him in the morning to show him the way to the Great Hall, and closed the door behind herself, her entire head beat red. As his mind was still processing what just happened, Rowena flew through the wall to his room, completely bypassing the wards of Hogwarts. "Hello, girl." Hadrian shook his head in amusement. He watched the raven flop next to a small bronze statue of Badger cuddled up in a ball next to the hearth and started to peck on the top of its head. "It's just a statue." Hadrian laughed but blanched when Rowena sent him a scathing glare. "Ah. You think so?" He looked weirdly at her and focused his perception and realized the statue of Badger was flickering with magic. Hadrian approached it cautiously, putting his hand on the place Rowena pecked previously, and gently pushed his magic into it. The bronze badger statue blinked and Hadrian took a surprised step back. It uncurled itself and stood up on all four where it froze, displaying a cautious badger ready to pounce at the drop of a hat. Hadrian was so enamored with the animation of the statue he didn't notice the hearth disappearing, creating a passage. Only Rowena's beak, clutching a strand of his hair, could get his attention away from the statue, as she pulled him headfirst into the newly opened passage. Inside, he saw a room 3 times as big as the room he just left, with a king-sized ancient feathery bed and old-looking furniture. The room was clean as if it just left a stasis charm and marred with many portraits, none of them magical in nature. Hadrian checked. Seeing the portrait of what appeared to be 25 years old Helga Hufflepuff, he was pretty sure whose room he just invaded. Rowena found a perch in the corner and happily took it for herself as she gave Hadrian a stern gaze. He knew what she wanted and could only sigh. "Sure girl, from now on, this room is ours. I doubt the previous occupant would mind." Only when the raven nodded, Hadrian pulled his shrunken trunk from the chain on his neck and enlarged it. He opened it to take out his possession, but his eyes widened when the first thing he saw was an envelope signed by Narcissa. Curious, he opened it as the room was filled with smoke that clung to the walls, covering them in some kind of a clear, see-through barrier. Hadrian marveled at the clever way of enacting a privacy ward when the letter glowed. Hadrian, noticing it contained only one complicated rune, swiftly threw it onto the ground. Before he could wonder about the effects though, he had to blink in surprise, completely speechless as his mouth gaped at the sight in front of him. You did not really think I would let you leave me for months to no end, now, did you, dear?" A melodious teasing feminine voice resounded through the room as Narcissa Black, his wife, stood in front of him in a very revealing nightgown, looking saucily at him as her hands held a bottle of aging potion. Hadrian, in his adult form, and Narcissa dropped onto the bed, completely exhausted and drenched in the fluids of each other. Both peered at the other with a happy content smile as Narcissa's hand coursed through Hadrian's hair, massaging his scalp while Hadrian made sure to gently rub her back as they laid next to each other. "That was nice." Narcissa released a satisfied sigh and leaned closer, kissing Hadrian. "How did you get here?" he asked her before returning the quick kiss. "I am a prodigy at runes," she whispered to him as if it explained everything and rested her forehead on his. Seeing his gaze, she continued with eye roll. "Developing a rune that could transport me through wards unnoticed is not as hard as it sounds. You could have hurt yourself." Hadrian weakly chided her in a worried tone. "I tried it on the wards of Grimmauld Place and even Malfoy Manor when I asked Dobie to deliver a letter on the table in the library there." She rolled her eyes and continued in an amused tone. "Let's just say, we have a nice assortment of newly acquired books in the Black Library courtesy of one unknowing Lucius Malfoy. But I had many fail-safes in place and frankly, 70% of the runes is to prevent me from getting caught by the wards or splinching/killing myself by transporting." "Okay, I will let it go." Hadrian unwillingly relented, earning himself yet another chuckle followed by a heated kiss. "What about Lucius though? Won't the missing books be a problem?" "I doubt it. At least not for a long time. I only took the really old, really useful but not much used books and replaced them with blank copies. He may be smart and cunning, but he is a lazy bigot. He won't go into the library searching through these books. After all, I had management rights to Malfoy estates for over a decade, and not once did he check deeper than the final financial reports I put on his table. Hence my ability to take away 90% of the profits. As long as he saw an increase in his coffers while not having to even lift a finger for it, he was content. Narcissa's smile widened. But I am sure by now he knows I was stealing the profits. After all, now he has to manage the Malfoy estates himself. Oh, what would I give to see his expression? She giddily exclaimed. That's mildly worrying. You build quite the extensive web of businesses for the Malfoy family. Hadrian poked her nose with his, making her giggle. Not really, Narcissa said after her giggling fit receded. I already signed whatever I could over to myself. 15% of previous Malfoy estates now belong to the Black family. 35% is confirmed to be bankrupt, and by now people are surely asking, how could that happen? She gasped in a fake horrified voice. And his remaining 50% are in decline due to me taking over the suppliers with black estates, stealing his clients, and so on, and so on. You trusted me with your businesses and I intend to make it worth your while, dear. She purred, earning herself another kiss. Well, Lucius is smart and he surely will find a way out of the situation considerably intact, but it will take him time. Glad to hear that, Sissy. Hadrian smiled. But really, we just did it in the bed of Helga Hufflepuff. Narcissa rolled on her back as she gazed around herself in interest. Her gaze stopped on Helga's portrait. Damn, I kinda regret my youth is over. She did look well. I could imagine most purebloods drooling over her beauty. Narcissa nodded to herself. Well, I certainly do drool, but I think the cause is more your naked form than the portrait in front of the bed. You realize you look 25, don't you? Hadrian asked, getting a playful swat on the shoulder as he also rolled onto his back, gazing at the portrait. I am just glad it is not a magical one. There is no magical portrait of the founders. Narcissa offhandedly replied, leaning her head closer to Hadrian's. How so? The magical portraits were first created after their death. Narcissa smiled, her gaze showing her love for history. Ah. Hadrian acknowledged. Did you know she was the only founder who agreed with Slytherin's point of view regarding Muggles and Muggle-borns? Narcissa stated as Hadrian's both eyebrows rose. She did. He pointed at the portrait in shock. Yes, but their supposed beliefs were so twisted in the hearsay and claims of people like Dumbledore that whatever you heard about them is most likely stupidity of the highest order. She rolled her eyes. Really, nobody cares to pick up old records. Instead, they listen to the prattling of old coots. No wonder the house rivalry is so fierce nowadays. She huffed. Tell me then, O wise Sissa, how the past ensued. Hadrian chuckled. Both believed in the superiority of purebloods. She rolled her eyes and scowled at him playfully. But that was mostly because these children of magical people were raised around magic. Their mindset was easier to mold towards it. They were easier to teach, got the material quicker, just better overall. While Slytherin focused on purebloods, Helga agreed with him, but she was a very kind woman and Muggle-born herself. She focused on Muggle-borns. Narcissa stopped herself, her eyes flickering in mirth. Did you know among those Muggle-borns she taught was certain Knot, Crabbe, and even Avery? Quite the irony, is it not? She barked out in laughter. Figures. Hadrian muttered. Oh, either had told me you have some of Ravenclaw's blood in you. Do I? Narcissa blinked. Never knew. Did you not try the inheritance blood ritual at Gringotts? Hadrian asked curiously. That. Narcissa snorted and continued in the haughty tone of proper pure-blood lady. Dear beloved, we wizards are above such things as goblin magic. You mentioning it made me sick, how could you? This is grounds for a divorce. She pouted. That's how pure-bloods view such things. Aha! Harry deadpanned. Nevertheless, divorce is something you can't manage to do. You will go and get the ritual done. He plainly told her, glad to see her happy acknowledging nod. Narcissa again rolled her body, landing on Harry's as her soft breast pressed themselves on his stomach, her head landing on his chest while her cheek pressed into it. She intertwined her legs with his and her hands snaked around his torso as her long pale hair covered most of their upper bodies. You are poking me into the belly. She giggled. But I think I had enough for today. I am exhausted. She kissed his chest and promptly closed her eyes. Good night. Hadrian could only sigh in exasperation at her antics and gently caress her scalp with his hand as his face marred a happy smile. Good night, honey. Comment. 49 comments. Vote. Chapter 48, ch 48. Dumbledore's ruined morning. It was the morning after the welcoming feast and utterly exhausted Dumbledore flopped onto his chair in the Great Hall. He had to apply cosmetic magic, of all things, to appear energetic and it showed. He picked the brightest of his pinks, most violet robes, he bought when he was drunk, without even noticing it until he was already in the Great Hall. It was just a morning and he had enough for the day. He just returned from DMLE where he had to argue his point with Amelia Bones. The woman was a member of the Light family but she was also one of the fiercest opponents of Dumbledore himself. Yesterday after the welcoming feast his informant in DMLE informed him that Mrs. Weasley was apprehended at the train station due to shouting about muggles into the air. Seriously, how mentally incapacitated must that woman be? She has how many kids again? And she doesn't even remember the platform number. I could really do better at choosing allies. Dumbledore grumbled in his mind. But the woman was a superb potion mistress that was of use when Severus was, otherwise preoccupied. Dumbledore didn't want to think of a situation where the already too chatty woman was actually dosed with Veritaserum and asked about her brewing activities. He shuddered. At least he never told the gullible woman why he needs loyalty potions keyed to him. So, he had to come to the DMLE as fast as possible to resolve this misunderstanding. He pulled out his entire charm of a grandfatherly educator but Amelia Bones quickly shot him down with a "Are you serious?" stare. And she was such an obedient inquisitive girl during her studies. Alas, he was forced to pull out the champion of the light persona but he quickly stopped being insistent when he saw himself being surrounded by 20 top-tierers, reaching for their wands. So much for a forceful approach. The woman was meaning it and he barely managed to persuade her to not go public with Molly's case. That would be a disaster. His chief warlock position was already threatened but if his actions about this came out. After the debacle with poor young Sirius, Amelia suspected him. Misguidedly, might he add. But, however small her suspicion was, it was enough for her to hound after him and oppose him on every turn. She didn't even notice how she is actually playing right according to the tunes of the dark sides. Yet, he, the almighty Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, couldn't do anything to her. His eyes strayed to the young Susan sitting at the Hufflepuff table, all alone, awkwardly eating. Maybe he could push young Hannah more towards Susan. Abbots may not be wealthy but they are after all one of his more trusted allies. And young Hannah is already a friend with Susan. Albeit both girls are quite distant, Albus knew they talked from time to time. Getting them even closer would surely be a good thing, no matter the method. And if it could further the greater good. His mood again soured as he spotted young Ronald stuffing his mouth full in a plentiful and mildly disturbing display of what it means to have manners of a pig. Albus shook his head sadly. For all her motherly nature, Molly really didn't do right by the boy. Not even teaching him table manners. He will remember to give her another of his trademark disappointed looks later. Albus remembered her overbearing nature and the way she shouted at the officers in the DMLE, proclaiming them all bigots and idiots, ordering them to release her or else. The woman was clearly too furious then and didn't care what came out of her mouth. But it was him that had to apologize for her behavior. Even his best disappointed look didn't stop her tirade. He yet again remembered just why he was so mentally tired and started to pity young Ronald. He could now understand why William ran to Gringotts, of all places, working as far away from England as possible with goblins, of all creatures. He also understood why Charlie left such a he meant, good find such as Nymphadora for dragons of all things. Heck! If she tried she probably could morph into something scaly for the boy so he could be happy. Albus wouldn't even mind being the influence for her willingness to do such a thing for the boy. Alas, the boy was already in Romania. His gaze strayed to Percy, one of the Weasleys he could never depend on. Sigh, he was really tired and his thoughts were playing with him. Anyway, Percy was too law-abiding to do his bidding. The twins, while useful, were too clever and cunning to not discover something fishy if he let them work for him. That left him with Ronald and Ginevra. Ronald was not much of a thinker. He could play chess, sure, but that was all he could do except eating and lazing around. He was basically the perfect influence on young Harry. At least until Harry joined Puffs. Ginevra, well, Dumbledore was glad young Harry was, at least, not knowledgeable of the magical world. He could still make sure he falls in love with young Ginevra and then come out as their trusty friend when he orchestrates a contract between the young lovers. Dumbledore's eyes finally fell on young Harry's back, happily joking with Nymphadora. He urgently fought the scowl trying to appear on his face. The girl will need to be guided away. Thoroughly guided, indeed. Maybe a love potion. But who should he choose? No, who could he choose? Snape. No, the man would never wait, or maybe he will. It would all depend on how he puts it. Maybe Nymphadora could serve as a kind of an outlet for young Severus during this year. Anything that won't make her interfere with his plans, right? And after she leaves the Hogwarts. Who cares then? The girl wants to be potion mistress, so becoming closer with her potion teacher won't be anything weird. Albus could even close one eye and let young Severus have his fun with young Nymphadora. He would surely be grateful to him for arranging it. After all, the girl could always shift to look like Lily Evans. At the Hufflepuff table, Hadrian sat next to Dora, teasing her as he watched her goofy innocent grin, playfully returning his verbal jabs. In his mind, though, he was fiercely scowling, if not snarling. His back was turned to Dumbledore, but opposite Hadrian, Rowena, in the middle of the table, was staring straight into unknowing Dumbledore's eyes, relaying his thoughts to Hadrian. Nobody cares about birds, after all. Oh, the old shit was driving Hadrian mad. Dora was his and nobody would be gifting her to anyone, much less Snape. He will make sure of that. Looks like Snape will have to be in an unfortunate accident that will see him out of the school for an unforeseeable future sooner rather than later. The only reason why Hadrian didn't pull Dora away from the Great Hall and the creepy stairs of the old meddler, was that he trusted Narcissa and wanted to see her surprise for him. After they woke up in the very, very early morning, he told her about Mrs. Weasley and she playfully commented that he should be expecting a good article in the Daily Prophet. He wanted to see Dumbledore's expression in the morning and wanted to know his thoughts. That's why he had Rowena probe him. But he never expected something like this. Just then the owls came and started dropping the prophet everywhere. Hadrian picked one and his sour mood quickly brightened as he put his hands on his mouth in order to muffle his laughter. One Rita Skeeter apparently wrote a factual article on how Chief Warlock Dumbledore circumvented the laws about the most sacred statute of secrecy and let an offender, 1. Molly Weasley, walk away free after she broke it, endangering the whole wizarding world. She implied to the sheep that this action will surely backfire and endanger their children, yada yada yada. How could a man like that be a headmaster of school, yada yada yada. The best part. She had statements from various influential people. Hadrian just didn't know when she managed to ask for a statement from Lord Black. But it still amused him to no end. In short, Dumbledore was out of his Chief Warlock position for sure, and now that he was accused of breaking the law by the most diligent investigative reporter the Wizarding Britain had. Let's just say the Supreme Mugthump has to have a supremely clean record and the investigations will be surely launched into his actions. Rita even went at it from the angle of him being a dangerous influence on kids. While he doubted anything would come out of that, it was an attack at his headmaster position. He looked at the paper noting Dumbledore walking past him, tightly clenching his fist while his cheeks flushed in rage while he tried to appear as calm and collected as possible. When the heck did Narcissa manage to pull this out? She left the bed at 5 in the morning after our cuddles and the prophet was printed at 6. Harry furiously tried to work his head around it. Harry. He heard Dora asking him. Anything wrong? He looked at her, his face morphing into a smile. No, no. Here, prophet. He gave it to her and relished at her horrified gasp as she read the article. Looks like he would have to correct her sheepish attitude. And reward Narcissa for this. Dumbledore stumbled on his excessively long pink robe as the students pointed at him, whispering in a hushed tone until his figure left the Great Hall. Definitely reward his sissy. Comment. 38 comments. Vote. Chapter 49, ch 49 Transfiguration Class. Hadrian entered the first class of Transfiguration, observing the Hufflepuffs sitting on the left side while Gryffindors sat on the right. Everybody was excited to finally learn some magic. Hadrian found an empty seat in the middle of the classroom and sat behind a bunch of girls giggling and pointing at the cat calmly observing the class. He looked forward and realized the only girl in the group who was looking out of place, quietly playing with her fingers, was sitting right in front of him. She was throwing timid glances at the pigtailed blonde sitting next to her, Hannah Abbott, Hadrian noted. It was clear that the girl and Hannah were not yet as close friends as he thought because Hannah wasn't really paying attention to her while the girl was too shy to join the group. Susan Bones. The other target of the old twinkles. Hadrian's lips twitched upward. Maybe, just maybe he might be able to prevent it. Or at least make manipulating her as hard as possible. He poked the girl in the back, making her meekly turn around. As she faced Hadrian, her unsure restless brown eyes met with Hadrian's emerald gaze for a second. Hadrian noted the thick occlumency shields behind those big cute eyes but not even an ounce of emotion control. Amelia probably wanted Susan's mind to be protected but didn't teach her how to use it for quieting down her emotions, fearing it would stunt her emotional growth. Well, there was a reason why the skill was not taught to kids, mostly. Susan quickly diverted her gaze downward as her round cheeks pinked, highlighting her numerous freckles. She lowered her head with practiced ease as her red hair slid down, covering her face from sight. Yes? She asked so quietly Hadrian had to strain his ears to hear her. Bad in a new environment and quite antisocial, I see. He concluded. Maybe this was what the hat meant by sorting people who need a friend into the Hufflepuff. Sigh, it's always the quiet ones, isn't it? Hello, I am Harry. He whispered to her and enthusiastically reached his hand forward. Susan looked his hand like a deer into the headlights, almost breathless. This is it. Auntie told me to make friends. Her gaze gained resolve as she timidly reached forward and weakly grabbed his fingers instead of his entire hand. She shook it ever so slightly as she introduced herself in an unsure tone. Susan Bones. Pleasure. Hadrian nodded at her while putting his best reassuring smile on his face. Any experience with transfiguration? I heard many people already tried it with their friends. He asked, breaching the topic he wanted to know about. The girl shuffled uncomfortably as she fought her urge to run but still answered. Wouldn't know, I wasn't allowed outside the house. She muttered unconsciously with a pout but then realized the words actually came out of her mouth rather than staying in her mind and her cheeks reddened even more. No, I have no experience. Her voice got progressively weaker and Hadrian could see her biting her lower lip in embarrassment. So, lonely, insecure, and seeking positive attention. He concluded Susan's current state. Oh, the horrors Dumbledore would be able to do with somebody like this. I see. Hadrian stated plainly and noted her awkward upturned gaze, his mind running through probable paths he could take with her. In a split of a second, his mind was made as he tilted his head. Sue, her mouth slightly opened in bafflement at hearing such an affectionate nickname but Hadrian pretended to not notice. Wanna be friends? Susan stared at him for a while until for the first time a big sweet smile spread through her face. Yes. She exclaimed and started nodding enthusiastically. Well, we can. He stopped himself when he realized the previously giggling girls were now looking at him and Susan with stars in their expectant eyes. He blinked, completely speechless when Susan also noticed and yelped, unconsciously pulling her body away from Hannah. Fortunately for the duo, the bell rang and their observers just turned around with a pout. Great Hall? Susan asked Hadrian with a hopeful stare, conveying her intentions. Hadrian nodded at her, getting another bashful smile in return as she too turned around, not wanting to be caught talking when the professor came. Hadrian looked at the cat that was now pointedly staring at him and Susan. He averted his gaze and looked down at his desk in a feigned shyness. The next few minutes were excruciatingly boring as he just sat there, looking in front of him in silence. For the first 2 minutes of staring ahead, Hadrian watched the form of happily fidgeting Susan and found her quite adorable. He drummed his finger onto the table as he eventually slowly strayed his gaze to the cat in a curious manner but inside he was mentally deadpanning at McGonagall for wasting time just to catch some idiot who is late. Hadrian, fed up, opened his course book, and started reading, not impressed at all. He offhandedly noticed Susan slightly turning her head towards him as she heard the flipping of pages and when she saw his opened book she also opened hers, starting to read. McGonagall observed the children as she performed her yearly ritual, happy that no catnip appeared nowhere in her classroom due to a certain Weasley duo. In the entire classroom, only Granger, Potter, and Bones actually had the wits to open their books while the professor was away. It was kind of a pitiful sight for her, looking at the bored faces of the children, so excited to learn about magic yet having no will to open the books. Every year, she repeated this, and every year she found only a minuscule amount of children sensible enough to strive for their own studies without being led by their hands. For McGonagall, these dedicated first years were her reason for teaching, her resolve. Just as she was about to transform into her human form and start the lesson, the doors flew wide open as Weasley, judging by his carrot-like head, and Longbottom Boy entered the classroom, huffing and puffing in exertion. Imagine McGonagall's face if she found out we were late. She heard, gaining a protruding vein on her cattish forehead. It was time to give them some much-needed verbal lashing. The class was quite interesting for Hadrian as McGonagall explained the workings of transfiguration. In the last 10 minutes, she handed over matchsticks and told them what to do. Hadrian tried it the old-fashioned wizardry way but nothing happened. Annoyed, he raised his hand. "Yes, Mr. Potter." McGonagall approached him, curious. "Professor, may I ask you to show me the demonstration again, please?" McGonagall was taken aback. It has been years since a first year asked her for a second demonstration. Shrugging it off, she relented as she slowly transfigured the matchstick in front of Mr. Potter to an intricate needle, watching him intently staring at it. "Thank you, Professor." He beamed at her as she went to help other students. Hadrian used his perception to its fullest as he watched the second demonstration and couldn't help but be enamored at it. He barely quipped thanks to McGonagall and waited until she left as he gripped his wand and pointed at his matchstick. His magic invaded the wood and slowly flipped the inner structure off. What really made Hadrian astonished was that it did not use an ounce of science known to him. No molecular interaction, no restructuration of atomical setup in order to enforce a change as he previously guessed. No, the wood was directly changed to metal and then shaped according to the intent of the user. What distinguished transfiguration from other magics was the process itself. The magic was literally imbued into the object, seeping it in itself before twisting its structure according to the imagination. Hadrian was completely enamored with it. The world around himself lost all color as his interest mixed with curiosity piqued, his excitement and wonder forcing his mind to completely disregard his surroundings. He didn't even notice the looks of the class and McGonagall as he casually started to flip the color of the needle from metallic to blue, green, red, yellow, purple. He was about to change the needle to a spiky star when his ears heard a sharp gasp of awe in front of him. Lifting his eyes, he met Susan's admiring look head-on and realized. He fucked up. He let himself be too focused on the marvelous use of magic in front of him that he showed his skill. Such a childish mistake, he chided himself angrily. Only thanks to the sweet girl in front of him he stopped before he showed too much. Changing colors at high speed was advanced third-year stuff. But if he started to change shapes as fast as eye blinks, he doesn't really want to think about the problems that would cause. He gave Susan a grateful smile. He will have to return the unintentional favor sometimes. That was marvelous, Mr. Potter. You read quite a bit ahead, I see. 20 points to Hufflepuff. McGonagall appreciatively nodded, her eyes showing happiness at the conclusion her mind reached as she stood before Granger's desk, appraising her work as the girl was scowling at Hadrian because she got only 10 for being first. The class continued and Hadrian deemed it unsafe to practice in a place with so many witnesses. He relocated himself next to Flushing Susan, telling her to try it. She flicked her wand and Hadrian's brows furrowed. She had the same problem as him at the start. She had no idea what to do. Neither of the kids in the class did. Even Granger only did it due to extraordinary focus and intent. They had, however, no flunking idea what the heck it was they were doing. During the short interaction Hadrian had with the redhead next to him, he quite came to like her. Albeit increasingly shy, she was very friendly. Her reactions were amusing to say the least too. With a calming smile, he gently grabbed her wrist, making her squeak. "Sue, will you keep a secret for me?" he whispered to her, getting a bashful nod in return as she nibbled her lower lip. "In that case focus on what I do, okay?" Seeing another nod, Hadrian pointed Susan's wand at the matchstick and guided his magic, intertwining it with hers so she could feel what he did as he changed it. Susan widened her eyes. She felt it. Harry just changed the matchstick and he did it wandlessly. "Try it," he told her, but she was too shaken up to give him a reply. Her aunt always told her wandless transfiguration is impossible. Yet, here it was. Did her aunt lie to her? Surely not, she probably didn't know. But, she promised to keep it a secret for Harry. She will have to keep it quiet. After her mind finally cleared up, she did not want to disappoint her new friend and tried to imitate what he did. The results were, she transfigured the matchstick into a metallic shape with blunt ends, but when she expected a disappointed look from Harry, he just patiently told her to try again. Susan wasn't about to give up when he trusted her. She tried, and tried, and tried again, but it just didn't work. She sadly looked at her new friend trying to keep her tears and sobs inside. Hadrian didn't understand what she did wrong. He looked at her hand, desperately clutching her wand and, her wand. He let Susan's wrist go, hearing her whimper, and reached for her wand. The girl quickly let go of her wand, giving it to him as he put it on the table. He pointed his wand on the matchstick with his left hand as his right yet again gently grabbed Susan's wrist. "Try now. Exactly as I did," he whispered to her calmingly, getting a jerky nod in return. Susan pushed her magic and her eyes widened when a perfect, intricate iron needle appeared in front of her. She mutely looked at her hand, noting the soft, gentle hold Harry had on it. Her face flushed deep red as the bell rang, signifying the end of the class. Susan looked at Harry's satisfied expression. She was happy. He just taught her a wandless spell. She leaned closer, pecking his cheek, but then realized what she just did. "See you in the Great Hall," she barely squeaked as she abruptly stood up and ran away. Hadrian raised his eyebrow, ignoring the girlish giggles from Hannah and co. "Cute," he mused, internally rolling his eyes at the giggles, amused at Susan's beet-red face. Comment. 47 comments. Vote. Chapter 50, ch. 50. Dinner annoyances. It was finally evening and Hadrian dragged bemused Dora to the Great Hall, straight towards Susan. He sat down opposite the girl, who gave him a bashful smile and curiously peeked at Dora as she played with her fork. "Hi, Susan. This is Dora Tonks." "Dora, this is Susan Bones." He introduced them as the two girls nodded at each other. "Getting new friends, Harry, I see," Dora teased, nudging his shoulder as he rolled his eyes at her and ignored her in favor of the pancakes on the table. Inside, Dora was quite uncomfortable. She didn't know, no, actually, she didn't want to acknowledge the reason. She was somewhat aware she held some affection towards Hadrian, but it was quite hard to admit it to herself. He was much too young. Dora was sad and angry at herself for feeling like that. Worst of all, she would have to ask for advice from her freaking mother. The woman that named her Nymphadora for laughs and giggles. She could already feel the teasing. Probably should start picking an appropriate shovel for digging herself a hole too. Susan was wondering about the older girl next to Hadrian and pondered if she will also become her friend with an inquisitive expression. Oh, Susan, was it? Fancy joining us in the library during the evenings. It's kind of Harry's and my ritual to study there near to each other. I find his presence quite calming. Dora wiggled her eyebrows at the younger girl, and as the puff she was, she tried to shrug her uglier thoughts off by being friendly. Susan looked at Dora, smiling gratefully, but then she threw Hadrian a questioning look. Unfortunately, to his annoyance, Dora quickly spotted it. Oh! Would you look at that? The girl is asking him for approval with her eyes. She mischievously grinned at Hadrian. Harry, I didn't know you are so close to each other. Hadrian groaned as his immediate puff-over-filled surroundings burst into snickers at his predicament around while Susan wanted to hide in a hole. He shot Dora a reproachful look, noting her sheepish expression as she also saw Susan's reaction. But before he could chastise her, he heard an even more annoying voice calling him. Harry, mate, what are you doing among the duffers? Come and sit with me. He turned around and deadpanned at the youngest Weasley male, throwing a look at the twins who just gaped with wide eyes at their brother's stupidity. He just insulted every puff right at their table. The entirety of the Hufflepuff table was now glaring at the clueless brother of theirs. Unfortunately for him, they had no intention of getting him out of that predicament. Hadrian was about to lash out at Ron when yet another annoying voice yet again interrupted him as a blonde Ponce approached, his two goons right behind him, trying to appear menacing. Weasley, let the Potter be. A balmy Potter among the House of Useless. It is almost poetic. You on the other hand, Draco sneered in disgust as he saw the blotches on Ron's robe and his scruffy appearance, typical Weasley, dirty and stupid. Hadrian gave one last longing look to his pancakes as he clutched Dora's hand tightly, preventing her from cursing Draco while Susan was holding her tears at the insults hurled at her house. Sigh, I will have to readjust her attitude. He thought as his eyes brushed through her expression. He turned to face Draco as Ron shouted his reply. And what would you know, Malfoy? You are just a filthy snake. He smugly looked at Draco, expecting applause or something for his witty remark. Hadrian sighed in exasperation and opened his mouth, but then a dry drawl joined the debate, sending his declining mood to negatives. Weasley, breaking the rules are we? That will be 10 points from Gryffindor for calling names. Snape, as if right on time, appeared at that moment. Hadrian understood then. It was not that Draco is stupid. He did not come charging forward, loudly jeering at everybody. Of course, the boy who was unofficial leader of Slytherins of his year had to have at least a smudge of cunning. He charged forward because he knew Snape had his back. As for Potter, Snape turned to him impassively. You just could not suffer not being in the middle of attention, could you? 20 points from Hufflepuff for instigating a fight, he said, almost happily. It was then that Hadrian saw him throw a quick pondering look at Nymphadora, his expression in extreme conflict but a glint of acceptance and lust flashing through his eyes. Hadrian had to hold himself from throwing the creepy bat through the great hole back into his seat, but Snape made it easy for him when he again turned to him with a sneer. "Nothing to say for yourself?" Potter." Hadrian felt the mind probe as he answered in deadpan. "I wonder if I could finally eat in peace, Professor." But his mind leaked his thoughts to Snape quite loudly. "Wow, this perverted idiot really hates me, doesn't he? I never thought I would see such a man-child teaching. Well, with magic, everything is possible, I guess. I just hope his knowledge is sufficient to teach at least the first years. He sure as hell doesn't look it, though. Potter, you cheeky little..." Snape's face contorted in rage. But he was unable to continue as he heard quite a loud hem behind him. Snape schooled his expression and impassively turned around, but minutely flinched as he saw the fierce look on Professor Sprout's scowling face. "Professor Snape, I would advise you to leave. Your point deductions are hereby voided. I hope this will not repeat. I won't stand for you bullying my badgers. If you have any problem, we can always inform the Board of Governors and discuss it among ourselves," she told him with extreme calm, contrasting her angry protective stare. Snape blanched, throwing a glance at Dumbledore, but found no support there. "I am sorry, Severus, my boy. You brought this on yourself," Dumbledore thought sadly. He was aware he couldn't get into another public scandal after Mrs. Weasley, and supporting a teacher bullying students, well, let's just say it was way too different from unknowingly allowing it to occur under his nose. With gritted teeth, Snape left as Professor Sprout turned to Draco and Weasley, her eyes unusually cold. "As for you, both of your houses will lose 20 points for inappropriate behavior. Insulting your classmates is in no way proper. Now, go back to your tables," she ordered, sending Hadrian into bewilderment as he did not expect any teacher to actually know that allowing bullying is not an acceptable teaching method. "Looks like not all teachers are completely mentally inept due to the natural influence of magic," he mused. Albeit reluctantly, both boys obeyed as Draco scurried away with a scowl, muttering about daddies and whatnot, while Ron was dragged by his twin brothers with an incomprehensible face as if he did not understand the situation. Hadrian was quite curious at that and used his perception, noting the boys' magic was muddled. Some kind of influencing magic, perhaps? He wondered. It almost made sense. The Weasley boy stared at him quite a lot but never approached. He also doubted the kid was an idiot. Stupid, yes. Mannerless, yes. But full-blown idiotic to insult the entire house to their faces. No. Hadrian suspected the potion, spell, or whatever influenced the kid had to have some intelligence-lowering effects while it was coursing through his body. Quite frankly, Ronald Weasley was like a rocket. Unless you set him in a certain direction while making him all fired up for his goal, he was harmless. Yes, he was an ordinary bigoted git without manners, but would never approach a puff, of all people, by himself. He was too biased for that. "Thank you, Professor Sprout," the entirety of the puff table exclaimed at once. And while Hadrian found it cringy and embarrassing, he couldn't smile at the camaraderie of puffs. Nevertheless, he didn't forget the look Snape threw at Dora, nor did he miss Malfoy calling him balmy in front of the middle of the student-filled Great Hall. At least the defeated expression Dumbledore showed as he watched Ron leaving Hufflepuff's table was reinvigorating. "Oh, no worries, I will have my revenge," Hadrian thought.